Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's Zoning Board of Appeals hearing. Before we begin, let me introduce some members of town government that act as advisors to this board. To my left is Simone Freeman. To her left is Matt Collado. To his left is Liam Trotta. And to his left is Sabrina Butita. You're here this evening seeking relief from the town zoning ordinance. New York State statute requires that any town that adopts zoning must also have a Board of Appeals to act as relief valve so that persons can seek relief without the expense of legal proceedings. The most common kinds of applications before this board are area variances. Area variances deal with dimensions of lot area, frontage, height, setbacks, parking reductions. New York State statute mandates that the board must consider the following 5 criteria when evaluating variances. When you come to the podium, please do your best to address these 5 considerations. And they are as follows. Number 1, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created. Number 2, whether the applicant has other feasible alternatives. Number 3, whether the variance is substantial. Number 4, whether an adverse impact on the environment will be created. And 5, whether the alleged difficulty is self-created. This board also has the authority to grant special exceptions, also known as a special use permit or a conditional use permit. This is a use that is permitted by zoning, but under specific conditions designed to ensure compatibility with the surrounding area and overall zoning plan. If all the general and specific requirements are met, this board must approve the application. If they are not, this board must deny it unless they request variances. At that point, the 5 considerations and balancing tests shall be applied. What is the balancing test? The statute requires that the board balance the interest of the applicant and those of the neighborhood or community. The board shall grant the minimum variance it deems necessary and adequate, while at the same time preserving and protecting the character of the neighborhood and the health, safety, and welfare of the community. The board has the power to impose reasonable conditions that relate to the variances. Regarding procedures, cases will be called in the order that they were advertised. When your case is called, come forward, submit your affidavits and mailing receipts to Mr. Collado, unless you've already done so, and then the applicant will be given the opportunity to explain to the board why the variance is needed. Again, please address the 5 considerations. After the applicant is done speaking, all interested parties will be given an opportunity to speak and only one opportunity. So organize your thoughts and keep your remarks factual and related to the case, as well as the variances being sought. Then we'll ask the applicant to come back to the podium to address your concerns. The board will then close the case and reserve decision. After all hearings are closed, the board will review cases and decide some of them, and others will be reviewed at a later date. There are 3 ways to find out about your case. First is you can wait until the end of the hearing, but there is no guarantee that we will act on your case this evening. Second way is to check the website after 11 a.m. tomorrow, and the third way is to wait and be notified by mail. After the case is closed, no additional information or testimony can be submitted. I believe we have a few adjournments. Actually, we don't have adjournments for tonight, but we have adjournments that we had at previous meetings that we have to change. I believe the first one is ADT Holdings Real Estate. That one is going to be heard on November 18th. If anyone is interested in that one, November 18th. The second one is 521 Property Management, was originally on for October 7th. That meeting has been canceled, and it will be heard on October 21st. So anyone who is interested in case 19311, Spark Car Wash, that case, I'm sorry, 19288, 521 Property Management, that's going to be heard on October 21st. I believe that's all we have to do. I think, Matt, you're on.
Good evening, members of the BZA. The first case on the agenda is case 19380, Robert Vergara. The location is 17 Grandview Lane in Smithtown, on the north side of Grandview Lane, 400 feet west of Old Willits Path in Smithtown. The property is zoned R43. The tax map number is 126-2-22. The request is a variance to reduce minimum side yard setback from 24 feet to 15 feet, reduce total side yard setback from 60 feet to 30 feet, for an existing 174-square-foot porch converted to habitable space.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did you turn in your?
I did.
You did, okay, good.
Yes.
Give us your name and your address, and just spell your last name.
Robert Vergara, V as in Victor, E-R, G as in George, A-R-A, 17 Grandview Lane in Smithtown.
Thank you. Just tell us why you're here.
Okay, as I had an existing exterior porch that I enclosed with 2 walls under the existing roof line. It did not expand beyond the existing property line, but what was explained to me by the building inspector, there is an open variance on my home and some of my neighbors from 1963 because the builder reduced the frontage from 150 feet to 100 feet in order to build 4 or 5 houses. So because that variance has been open since 1963, they were doing an audit, as was explained to me, and a building inspector came to my home and then wrote me up a violation for that enclosed, the porch that I had enclosed without a permit.
Anything else?
That's it.
Anyone on the board have any questions regarding this application?
No, thank you.
Planning?
No comment.
Sabrina?
No, thank you, no comment.
There being none, anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? No? Being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, case is closed. Thank you.
The next case, do you want to wait for the files? The next case is 19382, Paul and Brooke Harris. The location is 32 Peppermint Road, Comac, southwest corner of Peppermint Road and Don Way in Comac. The property is zoned R21. The tax map number is 41232. The request is a variance to reduce the minimum front yard setback on Don Way from 50 feet to 15 feet for an existing swing set, reduce minimum side yard setback from 16 feet to 1 foot for 2 98-square-foot existing sheds, increase the max permitted paved surface in the rear yard from 25% to 44% for an existing 1,550-square-foot sports court and existing patio pavers.
Good evening.
How you doing? How are you?
Just name and address for the record, please.
Paul Harris, 32 Peppermint Road, Comac, New York, 11725.
Want to tell us why you're here?
Sure. I did a backyard renovation. I recently did a pool, a sports court. I had 2 existing sheds that I found out later after doing the construction work that they weren't included when I purchased the house in 2017, 2018. And I wanted to make sure everything is up to code and up to standard. So I found out that 2 sheds were unfortunately not, I guess, part of a CO, and applied for, after getting the pool permitted, to make sure that everything was done properly. So the 2 sheds, I went a little overboard on the paving because it really looked nice around the pool. And then the swing set, unfortunately, I didn't realize that putting it on the side yard was actually considered the front yard based on the zoning. So here to hopefully plead that I could keep the swing set where it currently is. There's bushes and trees kind of covering the whole area, so there's no visual from Don Way location to the house. So it's, pretty obscured. It's, it's not encumbered of, neighbors. I've also included, contacted, besides going through the process, also asked my neighbors if there was any encumbrance or disturbances. They frequent my house now that I got the renovation done, so they certainly enjoy the backyard, sort of my kids. So that's why I'm here.
Anyone on the board have any questions?
No, thank you.
No? Planning?
We're just looking for the affidavit of mailing. We have the affidavit of, We have the affidavit of mailing, and we have, yeah, that's right here. So September 9th for the posting. The mailing, August 19th. It looks good.
Good?
Yes.
No, thank you.
No? Sabrina, no?
And we have no
Anyone-
comments, so.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do I do now?
Just wait.
Just wait here?
No, you don't have to wait here.
Oh, okay.
If you want to, you can. We probably won't get to it till, well, obviously, we won't till everyone's done, which could be hours.
Oh, okay.
Or you can just check the website tomorrow at 11.
Oh, I'll have all my details?
Yeah,
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, on the last case, 19382, we have letters from two neighbors, Kevin Kramer and Arudis Mata. They appear that they have no objection, so I'll submit those to the record. And if you want to review them, you can. It's up to you.
Dale sent those.
The next case is 19385, Daniel Butera, location 38 Roosevelt Avenue, Nesconset, New York. The west side of Roosevelt Avenue, 1,344 feet north of Smithtown Boulevard in Nesconset. The property is zoned R15. The tax map number is 166-439.1. The request is a variance to reduce the minimum front yard setback from 45 feet to 35 feet for proposed 123 square foot front roof over porch, and from 45 feet to 40 feet for proposed 351 square foot first floor addition with basement under, and proposed 889 square foot second floor addition. Reduce minimum rear yard setback from 60 feet to 31 feet for proposed 351 square foot first floor addition with basement under, and proposed 889 square foot second floor addition.
Daniel Butera, 38 Roosevelt Avenue, Nesconset.
You need the spelling? No? Want to tell us why you're here?
All right, I have a proposal for the 350 square feet addition on the first floor with a basement underneath, which would be squaring off the house. The house is currently under 900 square feet. The second story addition is 889 square feet, which would be 3 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. And the covered porch is 123 square feet. The variance is to reduce the front from 45 to 35. My construction plans don't have any additions going to the rear. Obviously, the zoning has changed, but we're not moving the house back at all. The front structure, the only addition forward would be the covered front porch, and my house is pretty far set back compared to other houses on the block. Why I'm here is me and my wife and I have 2 children. We have 2 bedrooms right now, 1.5 bath. The full bath is through the master bedroom. I'm born and raised in Smithtown. I'm a police officer in Suffolk County. We want to stay here, and this is our best option. We love our block. I have a neighbor here, and my parents live on our street, so we're doing the best we can to stay where we are. This design is definitely well within the character of the neighborhood. As far as square footage, these front and rear setbacks are not anything out of the character of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, there's no other way to achieve the addition I'm trying to do without getting a variance. My property is kind of narrow, so the actual structure would have to be extremely narrow, not even a normal size for a house to be able to fit in there. So there's really no other way other than achieving this variance. As far as adverse effects physically, like I said, it's definitely within the character of the block. It's not going to be blocking anyone's view or anything like that. And environmental conditions, I'm working with an engineer now. As soon as hopefully this goes through, I'm going to have an IA system designed, and we're going to do that, so there'll be no environmental issues on that end. And that's pretty much it for my end. Like I said, think it's well within the character of the street, and we'd like to stay in Smithtown. I lived here my whole life, so that's why I'm here.
Sounds good. Anyone on the board have any questions?
Thank you.
No? Matt?
No comment.
Sabrina?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the application materials that were submitted to DEW state that a permit from the Department of Health for the proposed project will be obtained. We've asked the applicant to please provide that documentation once the application is submitted and any supporting documents. We need that information in order to complete our environmental review. Therefore, no decision can be made until we get that information.
You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so as soon as we get that, we can make a decision.
All right.
Sounds good. Anyone in the audience like to be heard? Okay, come on up.
Good evening. Kenneth Walsh, 39 Roosevelt Avenue, directly across the street.
Could you just spell your last name for us?
WALSH,
Okay, thank you,
and no objections to what he's proposed to building. Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else like to be heard? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, case closed. Thank you.
John, can you close that thing? Hitting is right in the-
Good for the next case? The next case is 19386, Paul Papacioli, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. 3 Crossbow Lane in Comac, east side of Crossbow Lane, 200 feet north of Longbow Lane in Comac. The property is zoned R21. The tax map number is 6119. The request variance to reduce minimum side yard setback from 16 feet to 2 feet, reduce total side yard setback from 34 feet to 17 feet for an existing 150 square foot raised patio with hot tub, reduce minimum distance from any lot line from 8 feet to 6 feet for an existing water feature.
Good evening.
Hi, Paul Papacholi, 3 Crossbow Lane in Comac. And I have Paul from Garten Associates here to represent me.
Thank you.
Good evening. Well, Paul with Chris Garten Architect. The office is Paul Curcio with Chris Garten Architect,
Just spell your last name real quick.
CURCIO.
Thank you. And address?
The office is 680 Larkfield Road, East Northport. So I'm here before you today because we are trying to legalize the masonry raised patio. A permit had been filed to legalize it, and it was brought to our attention that it needed a variance via an updated survey. And we also found that the water feature required a variance, as well as the vinyl shed on the side of the house. We are requesting for the stone water feature, it's a 1'9" relief. It seems minimal. And the raised masonry patio has a setback relief request of about 8 inches from the 16-foot required. And also the vinyl shed, it seems pretty substantial, being it's a 2'3" setback. But again, the raised patio and the water feature are encroaching and minor in nature. And all of these structures, including the vinyl shed, have been there since prior to the owner purchasing the property in 2020. So we're just doing our due diligence to legalize everything and make sure everything's proper. And having to move the shed would create an aesthetic eyesore due to the fact that the rear yard is properly maintained and beautifully landscaped. So the shed and all the other features are behind a 6-foot-high fence. They're not visible from any other yards. And the shed in the front will from the front view, it's got some shrubs in front of the fence, so again, it blocks the view from the neighbors. So we don't feel it would create any detriment, as these structures have existed for many years, and we don't have any known comments from any neighbors. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I'll find out. Anyone have any questions on this application?
No, thank you.
No? Planning?
No comment.
Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Would anyone in the audience like to be heard on this one? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, case closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
The next case is 19384 Douglas Pinelli. The location is 11 Sylvan Road in Smithtown, east side of Sylvan Road, 149 feet south of Tanglewood Drive in Smithtown. The property is zoned R10. The tax map number is 131-159. The request is a variance to reduce minimum rear yard setback from 50 feet to 39 feet for an existing 374 square foot rear deck. Increase the max permitted paved surface in the front yard from 25% to 43% for existing asphalt driveway with stone walkway.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. Bernard Rogers, architect. My office is located at 2150 Wantagh Park Drive, Wantagh, New York.
Do you have power of attorney?
I was told that I do not have
Oh,
to.
Okay, you guys are the applicant?
Yes.
We just need that first.
Yep.
So if you guys want to just come in and introduce yourself?
Yeah, Douglas Pinelli, 11 Sylvan Road,
Okay.
Smithtown 11787.
And then do you give your architect permission?
I
to
give him
speak on your behalf?
him permission to speak on my behalf.
Thank you. Just a formality.
No worries. My office located 2150 Wantagh Park Drive, Wantagh, New York, 11793. We are seeking zoning relief to maintain my client's rear wood deck and front yard paving. The rear wood deck is 374 square feet in total. The furthest point of the deck is 39.4 feet from the rear property line, where 50 feet is required. As you can see on the property survey prepared by Lovell Belcher surveyors and on the plot plan of my architectural plans, the rear portion of the deck consists of a 30 square foot landing for the steps. The balance of the deck that is in noncompliance is only about 58 square feet. The majority of the deck, approximately 76% of it, is in compliance with the setback requirement. The deck was built in 2015, and as you can see in the submitted photographs, it's kept in excellent shape. It's never caused any issues with any of the neighboring properties. Mr. Pinelli's front paving is 43% of the front yard area, where 25% is the code maximum. This was expanded to this size in 2020. It was done so the Pinellis could keep their cars off the street. As you can see in our submitted pictures, this area was done in a very aesthetically pleasing manner and is kept in very neat condition. It also has never caused any issues with any of the neighboring properties. We feel that this conforms with the aesthetic of the block and of the area in general. We believe the approval of both of these items would continue to have no adverse effect on neighboring properties or the neighborhood. So in conclusion, we'd like to thank you very much for your time and consideration with hearing our request.
Thank you. Anyone on the board have any questions regarding this case?
Thank you.
No? Planning?
No comment.
Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this one? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great evening now.
You too.
R-O-D-G-E-R-S. Thank you.
Sorry.
The next item is case 19387, Matthew and Melissa Batista. The location is 67 Forest Avenue in Nesconset. It's located on the east side of Forest Avenue, 325 feet south of Laurelton Avenue in Nesconset. Property zoned R10, tax map number 143-474.1. The request is a variance to reduce minimum front yard setback from 40 feet to 34 feet for proposed 290 square foot front roof over porch.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Oh, loud. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Grace Baymack from the Law Office of Vincent Trimarco Sr., 1040 West Jericho Turnpike, Smithtown, New York. We represent the applicants, Matthew and Melissa Batista. I have submitted the affidavits of mailing and posting to Mr. Caladia. As this board will recall, previously on December 7th, 2021, we were granted a 8-foot variance for the upstairs second floor addition. We are here tonight seeking to change the variance that was previously approved now to a 34-foot variance. The reason for the change is after looking at the plans for the roof over, the house would look much nicer with a covered porch and have an additional benefit for the family. This is a very old house, and it required a lot of updating to fit the family's needs. As you can see, this house, old house is oddly positioned on the property. When the house was built, it was also built right to the line. So as to whether the variance would produce an adverse impact on the adjacent properties or the neighborhood or change the character of the neighborhood, the neighbors' homes in the area are all very similar. This would not create an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood. It would actually fit in very nicely with all the current homes that are in the area. Whether the variance is substantial, the variance is not substantial when considering we were previously granted a 38-foot variance for the second floor addition, and the second floor is going to remain the same. We are here seeking only an additional 4 feet for the roof over. As you can see, the home has a beautiful design and will fit nicely in the neighborhood. Whether the benefit can be achieved by an alternative, the benefit can't be achieved by another alternative or method due to the way this house is built and positioned on the property. Anything that the applicant wishes to do with the front porch of this house will require a variance. Whether the variance will have an adverse effect on the environment, we don't believe it will have any adverse effects. Whether the difficulty was created by the applicant, the alleged difficulty is not creative, as we have not built on the property, and we're here seeking the board's approval. So we're asking this board for its favorable consideration, and if you have any questions for me, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Okay, we'll find out. Anyone on the board have any questions?
Thank you.
No? Planning?
No, thank you.
Okay, Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this case? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case is, you ready? 19388, John and Christina O'Boyle, location 20 Betty Lane, Comac, south side of Betty Lane, 120 feet east of Linda Lane in Comac. The property is owned R10. The tax map number is 9273. They request a variance to reduce the minimum rear yard setback from 50 feet to 47 feet for proposed 252 square foot rear roof over screen room, increase the max permitted paved surface in the front yard from 25% to 40% for existing asphalt driveway.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Christina Bravin, Morano Expediting Services, P.O. Box 39, Bethpage, New York. Okay. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing raised wood deck and construct a new 14-foot by 18-foot deck with a roof structure above. The proposed roof is a product offered by Four Seasons Sunrooms. It is known as a life room, and this consists of an aluminum roof with skylights. It's open on 3 sides, and then there are retractable screens that can be lowered or raised with the push of a button. The design allows the homeowners to enjoy the deck out in the elements, but being sheltered from any of the, fun things like the bugs, the weather. You can even install a fan in there if needed. The structure, though, can never be converted to habitable space. The property is well screened from the neighboring parcels to the south and east by mature evergreen shrubs ranging from 15 to 20 feet in height, providing full visual buffer. We respectfully submit that the requested variance is not substantial, as it represents only a 6% relaxation while maintaining the established setback. The proposal will have no adverse impact on adjacent properties or the environment, as it replaces the existing deck in the same exact location, and it remains fully screened from the abutting parcels. And regarding the paving, that work was completed prior to 2010. They had licensed contractors come and do that work, and at that time, there was no mention made of a permit. Our office doesn't quite recall whether or not the building department was enforcing paving restrictions at that time. And in connection with this application, it was brought to our attention, and so therefore seeking approval to maintain the existing condition. The driveway is consistent in character and appearance with many others on the block and in the immediate neighborhood, and therefore will not propose a detriment to the area. Okay, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Find out. Anyone on the board have any questions? Nothing? Planning.
No comment.
Sabrina.
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this one? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, case closed.
Thank you.
The next case is case 19389, Brian Iea. Location is 347 Forest Lane in Smithtown, south side of Forest Lane, 432 feet west of Brookside Drive in Smithtown. The property is zoned R21. The tax map number is 155-317. Request variance to reduce minimum front yard setback from 50 feet to 38 feet for an existing 330 square foot first floor addition.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Brian Iea. This is my brother William Iea. We are the owners of 347 Forest Lane in Smithtown. We would like our realtor, Ed Martella, to speak in our behalf.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Edward Martella, M-A-R-T-E-L-L-A. My office is located at 150 Motor Parkway, Suite 401 in Hauppauge. I'm speaking on behalf of Brian and William Iea, the owners of 347 Forest Lane in Smithtown. I'm the realtor for Brian and William, and also a friend of the family. This modest house was set on a half acre, and it was originally deeded in 1949 with a 50-foot setback. In 1955, a small 330 square foot addition was built onto the home, keeping within the same setback line of the original home built. On April 24, 2025, I listed their home for sale. And on June 13, 2025, we executed a full contract of purchase. We knew we didn't have a permit for the extension, and so that was added to the home in 1955 by the prior owner. It's consisting of that 330 square foot small living room and dining area. The owners contacted Alex Kahn of Architectural Concepts located in Smithtown to start the process. We applied for the permit on July 23, 2025 per the pre-existing that was built in 1955. The application was denied on the 25th of 2025 because the front yard setback was a pre-existing non-conforming existing first floor 330 square foot addition. I say that about 20 times. The owners of 347 Forest Lane are seeking to reduce the front yard setback from 50 feet to 38, which is the issue and why we're here tonight. I'll answer the questions now. Number one, the variance request changes will not be detrimental to any of the nearby property homeowners or change the character of the neighborhood. As we see, there's no reasonable solution to affect the movement of the house. I mean, we can't move the house. In this situation, we do not see any other method that can be achieved other than the area variance. The request is substantial so as to allow my sellers, the owners, to move forward to a resolve to their permit request with the extension and move to the closing of the sale of their home. Changing the front yard setback from 50 to 38 feet will not have any impact on the environment, As we see it, there are no modifications or methods to be achieved rather than the area variance. And yes, it was self-created, but only by the original owner who built the home. The owners of Brian and William inherited the home with this non-conforming issue, and they're trying to legitimize it to conform to the town's requirements and correct the non-conforming issue, which is at hand tonight. They're looking to conform to all the town's requirements. In closing, Brian, William, and I thank you for your opportunity to be before you, and we ask the board for consideration on this variance matter presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the board have any questions regarding this application?
No, thank you.
No, thanks.
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, case closed. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good? Is it part two? The next case is 19390 Carrie Larson. The location is 12 Milemore Drive in Fort Salonga, west side of Milemore Drive, 1,273 feet west of Bread and Cheese Hollow Road in Fort Salonga. The property is zoned R43. The tax map number is 5551.7. The request a variance to reduce minimum side yard setback from 24 feet to 4 feet for two 240-square-foot existing sheds, and to permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15% for existing regrading.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board again. Carrie Larson. Little nervous this time because I built the sheds without a permit. That I did not know. If I were to have known, I would have most definitely went through the proper, protocol. When it came to replacing the sheds that were previously on the property when I bought the property, because there was a rat infestation, I was told that I could replace what was currently already there. So that's what I did, and come to find that that was the wrong way to go about it. So looking for grace on that and acceptance to what is there, and would like to keep that, mainly because of the fact that even though there's a situation with what was called, we were grading the property. We weren't grading the property, we were picking rock and then laying topsoil and getting ready to lay sod and hydroseed, but that was stopped. And I think that's a part of the scenario as well, the sheds, and then permission to do grading, which I don't know as if we're gonna be doing that or not. Anyhow, there's no area where I can put those sheds that I deem to be level, and not only that, it hosts all of the Halloween and Christmas decorations. It's easy access for me as I'm not getting any younger, and it looks very nice, and it's hidden behind trees, and our neighbors don't even know that they're even there, so there's that for you.
Okay. Anyone have any questions on this application? We had a conversation with the town engineer, just because there was concern over the drainage on the environmentally sensitive lands. One of the requests that the town engineer had, and I personally tend to agree with him, is that we would ask, if the board is inclined to approve it, that you create a drainage and grading plan so that the town engineer can at least sign off that there's gonna be no impact on neighboring properties.
Okay. Yeah, and I have to say that even prior to me removing trees and shrubbage, which I was told I didn't need a permit for that, until all of a sudden I found out it was environmentally sensitive land, but nowhere on the plans and nowhere did I have any indication that that was the situation. Once again, I would have gone about that the proper way. So if we are able to create a drain, I might need some assistance in the street, because the the neighborhood, it's kind of, it's Mile More Hills. So as it slopes down, it just continues to go down, you know, the hill where we are. But if I had a drain at the foot of the driveway, because that's where it pools, and then it becomes like a lake in the wintertime at the apron of the driveway, where it's, you know, I mean, it's solid ice. It collects there. If we had a drain, it could drain on out, you know, through the neighborhood. But if you want me to do that on the property for the city, I would have to know where to do that.
So.
I would do it the right way.
Typically, the way it's done is that you would just employ an engineer, and they would come in and they would basically create a plan that says, because the concern is that any runoff that lands on an applicant's property needs to be retained on that property. So when you remove trees and alter the grade, it actually makes it so that water can no longer leach into the soil. So an engineer would be able to give you a plan that said, okay, if you add these two items or regrade in a certain way, it would prevent any runoff on your property from going onto a neighbor, which is
Okay.
what the concern is. And obviously, there are engineers all over the place.
And would it be acceptable for me to incorporate a wall at the bottom of that area?
As long as it's part of the plan and the town engineer signs off and says it's okay, it's
I
fine.
think it would be submitted in connection with the pending permit application, and then whoever has to review it, whether it's the engineer, the building departments, and so on and so forth, because if she has a retaining wall, it might be building as well, might have to look at that. So
Yeah, as long as it meets the town code, it wouldn't come back to
I would
this
have
board.
engineered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
just
you
if
have
you,
to hire a licensed engineer.
Oh, yeah,
to put it together.
I know, I've got a gentleman by the name of Dan that I've got set up.
but that was the
About-
only comment I had.
So there's the sheds are one situation, and then there's the grading, that's another. And of course, I was accepted to do grading within the area that the garage is gonna be built.
Mhm.
I could do a drain in with that.
Yeah, so that would be subject to whatever your engineer deems is sufficient to make sure that you retain any runoff on your property.
Okay.
So the only reason I bring it up is that this board has the ability to impose conditions on approvals, and I would most likely think that that would be one of them, so that we can be assured that whatever you're doing there, because sheds we see all the time. We are not expert enough to know if we approve the regrading, that it's not gonna affect other people, so we will typically put a condition on there that puts it in the hands of people that do.
Okay. So are the sheds okay? And it's just now?
Well, we'll find out, we'll
permit for
vote on
the-
that after the hearing, but
Okay.
like I said, we see sheds all the time. Those are easy for us to.
Yeah, that's in an area that's
Yeah.
completely level and safe and clear and clean, so, all
Okay.
right.
Anyone else have any other questions, concerns? Planning?
No comment about the sheds, but we agree with the altering ESL that they should retain a licensed professional engineer to provide a grading and drainage plan for review, so.
Okay.
No
Sabrina?
comment, thank you.
No comment? Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? Okay, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Shelfo. I'm a land use, municipal, and zoning attorney with the law firm of Farrell Fritz, and I'm representing an adjoining property owner who's here with me tonight, George Statharis. And I would just like to hand up some exhibits, if I may. It is 3 exhibits. One is just a map showing the relation of my client's property to the applicant's property, and then the rest is just some photographs of some damage to my client's property that I'd like to present to the board. If I may approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, I can. So my last name is Shelfo, and it's spelled S-C-E-L-F-O. And my client is George Statharos, which is S-T-A-T-H-A-R-O-S. My client is the owner of 5 Alley Rose in Fort Salonga, and he's present with me here tonight. He is the abutting property owner to 12 Mile More in Fort Salonga. He has resided on this property for 20-plus years. His property and the applicant's property are located back to back. The rear rear yard of each of their lots lines up, so they share a rear lot line. And we've submitted a map of that to kind of make it clear the relative location of the two parcels. We're here because of the unlawful clearing, tree removal, and regrading of the property located at 12 Mile More, which has caused substantial damage to my client's property. Again, he has lived here for 20 years. He's never had an issue with flooding or damage or runoff until the non-permitted work occurred at 12 Mile More. There have been 2 periods of severe damage to my client's property, specifically damage to his rear yard and his in-ground pool. Although this is an ongoing problem, and Mr. Stothoris' property is in jeopardy anytime that there is a rainstorm. First, shortly after the illegal removal clearing, which occurred on or about June 8th, there was a storm that deposited significant silt and runoff onto my client's rear yard, and we submitted those photos from June. But unfortunately, the situation got worse thereafter. On July 16th, after another storm event, it was a short half-an-hour rainfall. Runoff, silt, debris were again deposited on Mr. Stothoris' property. His pool was filled up with mud. The pool filter seized up and the engine burned out, causing him to incur a great deal of expense to have the pool professionally cleaned and in order to buy new pool equipment as well, because this situation caused significant damage to his rear yard and pool. It should be noted that the runoff and silt traveled as far as 60 to 70 feet, reaching all the way into my client's basement stairwell. And at the very end of those July photographs, you could kind of see how the water and silt even made their way all the way down that basement stairwell. This issue is not contested by the applicant. In reviewing her application on the forms for her variance, she says alternatively that she is going to finish the property, so spillover does not affect the neighbor. And then she also states to fix the water runoff on the neighbor below. That's stated on pages 1 and 2 of the application to this board. We ask that this hearing be adjourned and continued in order for a professionally drawn PE's plan to be submitted with respect to regrading, replanting, and proper restoration of the applicant's property. We ask that the plan be reviewed by the engineering department for sufficiency, and we would like this board to retain jurisdiction during that process so that we, as the adjoining and most affected property owner, will have the ability to also review that plan. So rather than a condition of approval, we respectfully request almost like a continuance and an adjournment for that plan to come in so that we can have that ability to review that and hear how that progresses.
Okay. I would defer to the town attorney as counsel to this board with respect to that question.
Well, I think it's something the board can consider. I think we should either close and reserve or close and continue. It's up to the board, but I don't think a decision should be made tonight,
Okay.
taking into consideration everything that you just received.
Okay.
I just also want to just state for the record that this wasn't any sort of minor regrading that was done. This was a very significant removal of trees and earth moving, and that's why I agree with the board, and I'm happy to hear that you feel that a professional drawn plan is necessary at this point for this restoration, so that my client could have security that he's not going to have to, continue to deal with this issue and these problems that are affecting and have been affecting his rear yard.
The only concern I would have with holding the case open is that this board does not possess the authority to do anything other than put conditions on to or approve or not approve. When it comes to environmentally sensitive lands, the town's pretty clear on what we have to do or what we can do. The concern I have with leaving it open is that we would be inserting this board into an area where we don't have any professional training. So for
So-
us to say yay or nay, we'd be relying on the town engineer to respond in any event which your rights to oppose that are not precluded in that point.
So I'm going to respectfully disagree with the authority issue, and here's the reason why. I came to the planning department and I took a look at the file, and I actually didn't feel that you were given a sufficient filing for this application. So there were some old surveys that were given to you. Nothing was updated, nothing was new, and it didn't really even show her elevations on the applicant's property. So for me, if I were to put on my planning hat, which I have worn in the past, I would want to see what the plan is to actually move forward and correct these environmentally disturbed land. I don't think it's okay just to submit a couple of surveys and then say, yeah, I'm going to fix this. So for you, for the board's edification and for you to feel comfortable that this is being addressed in an appropriate way, I do think that I would argue that you do have the jurisdiction to continue in that way, to see that plan.
Okay. You can come up and as soon as she's done. Okay. Did anyone else have any other questions for
Rachel.
Ms. Shelfo?
Ms. Shelfo.
Planning, did you have any?
No further questions.
Okay. Okay, we'll take that under advisement.
Thank you so much for hearing from us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to be heard on this application? Ms. Larson, you want to come back up?
Okie dokie. So I'm a very knowledgeable, understanding, and a person of compromise. George came to my home on 3 occasions, angry, threatening, charging, and I said to him, hey, what can I do for you? Like, what would you like? And he just refused to have any type of conversation. I could build a wall. I was willing to put like mafia block down there and make certain that I brought in gravel and that would not happen. He refused to communicate. I had no way of knowing what he wanted or didn't want. Felt like if I did something and made him even more so angry, it would be a catch-22. I just wanted to be able to help him understand, hey, I'll work with you. Like, I don't have a problem with working with you. The removal of the shrubbery and the trees, I understand, has been a situation that has caused some leakage, but you have to understand, if you guys can remember the storm July 16th, we had tornadoes. I had a tree come down in the front yard that came straight across the driveway and broke the main pillar to the entry of our driveway. It was horrific, and it wasn't just a half-hour storm. That was a downpour. On 2 occasions, we have had unusual downpours. And like I said, already to begin with, I get a ton of flow to the driveway anyhow. So yes, of course, it made it down the hill, and I was just so sickened by that. But if he were to have allowed some type of communication, I would have loved that. We would have been able to resolve that. I'm such a person of that nature. When it came to putting up the silt fence, absolutely right away. He continued to call the town on me. He actually called the town on me when I was on a case in Dallas and stuck in court down there for a month. I wasn't even home. So I don't even know what it was that he heard, the beeping across the street on another project going on. I don't know, but I answered the ring doorbell to John, and I said, John, y'all gave me a letter to cease and desist. Like, I had to stop what I was doing, right? And I wasn't doing anything but putting topsoil up above and planning for sod and hydroseed. I was planting, right? But I had to stop. So after I had to stop, all of this rain came, and I just thought, my gosh. I am absolutely 100% willing to compromise with George to guarantee that he never has to experience anything like that again. There's no part of me that is wanting to be, an unruly neighbor by all means. So I respect my elders, but to have him come to my home and charge at me.
Talk about the case, not the.
Yeah, it is something that I'm like, what I'm saying is, I wish he would have come to me and said, hey, this is what's happening, what can we do? And I said, absolutely, we drop a plan, right? But so George,
I'm sorry for interrupting.
I apologize for that.
just
wanted
try to address the board.
Right.
In the interest of compromise, would you be willing to, for us to leave this case open for you to submit this plan from an engineer?
You bet.
Because I think if we can do that, maybe we can appease your neighbor and
Absolutely.
come up with a compromise that keeps everybody happy. Or at
Absolutely.
least less unhappy.
Okay.
Okay, so, no, anything else? I'm sorry.
That's it. I'm good. Are you good, George?
Anyone, no other questions? I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing. Oh, actually, we're gonna keep it open.
We can take it, or.
If we adjourn it, so what we're gonna do, Ms. Larson, is we're gonna,
For the purpose of accepting a drainage and grading plan prepared by a licensed engineer.
yeah.
That's what I would.
So if you can get that to us timely, at least then we can,
Hopefully, it would, I mean, that's on somebody, that's for me to like say, hey, how soon can somebody get out here and do that for me? That I
Okay.
don't know, but I can call Todd and see if he has.
okay,
a
so what we'll do
recommendation.
is we'll keep it open, you submit that, and then once we receive it, it will be on file at the planning department, and then we can close
You
the
betcha.
application.
Okay,
Good?
thank you.
Sounds good, thank you. So we're gonna keep this one open. Not with no date other than when they submit, is that possible, Simone?
Yeah, just continue it for the purpose of keeping the record open to
Okay.
get the drainage and
The
grading.
plan in, yeah.
Thank you, guys. We don't need a motion.
Should probably keep one of these. Do they want? I'll just keep it. Good, is it all messed up? Bradshaw. Just the. Maybe try, hit Control L. Maybe close it out.
No action, we're not gonna do anything there.
Alright, the next case is 19393 Sharon and Christopher Bradshaw. The location is 91 Upper Dock Road in Kings Park, southwest corner of Upper Dock Road and Old Dock Road in Kings Park. Property is zoned NB, tax map numbers 10, 1, 11, and 12. Request variance to reduce minimum front yard setback from 50 feet to 42 feet. Permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15%. Permit construction within 10 feet of any slope greater than 25%. Reduce the required setback to a residential district from 50 feet to 43 feet for a proposed 900 square foot detached garage. Eliminate the required 10-foot wide buffer to a residential district and the 6-foot screen fence.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Grace Baymack from the Law Office of Vincent Trimarco Sr., 1040 West Jericho Turnpike, Smithtown, New York. We represent the applicants, Sharon and Christopher Bradshaw. I have submitted the affidavits of mailing and posting to Mr. Caladia. This home is zoned commercial NB, so there are a few additional requirements for this applicant. However, this is a residential home that has been used to be a complete disaster. I'm sure the town is aware of this property. The owners have done a beautiful job with this property. This is a corner property with 2 front yards. The applicant is seeking to add a detached garage on an existing driveway. There is a smaller garage located on the other side of the property, and the applicants use that only for storage. There is also a small shed on the property that the applicants are going to be removing. We are seeking to reduce the front yard setback from 50 feet to 42 feet for a garage-only setback. However, the house is already set back, I believe it's 32 feet. We are seeking to permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15% and permit construction within 10 feet of any slope greater than 25%. However, this driveway is already existing, and the purpose of the garage, the proposed garage will be built on the existing driveway, so the slopes are behind the driveway. and we are seeking to reduce the required setback to a residential district from 50 feet to 43 for the proposed 900-square-foot detached garage. And we're seeking to eliminate the 10-foot wide buffer to a residential district and the 6-foot screen fence. Even though this property is zoned commercial, those requirements are for the commercial NB. This resident, it's a home. There'll be no commercial activity that will take place on the property. Therefore, we are asking this board to waive those requirements. Whether the variance will produce an impact on the adjacent properties or the neighborhood, we don't believe the detached garage will produce an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood. In fact, the applicants have made this very bad previously eyesore of a property into a very beautiful home in the neighborhood. The detached garage will only enhance the residential use of this residential property. Whether the variance is substantial, the variance is not substantial, but considering the property as a whole, this is the best place and the only place for the needed garage on this property. Whether the benefit can be achieved by an alternative, this benefit cannot really be achieved by another method. The way this property is cut and the best viable spot for the garage, and there's already an existing driveway in place. Whether the variance will have an adverse effect on the environment, we do not believe there's an adverse effect on the environment. There's still a LWRP is still pending. We also submitted a DEC application that was filed on June 4th, 2025. So then after that, we'll be able to have the secret completed. Whether the difficulty was created by the applicant, the alleged difficulty is not self-created because we haven't built anything here and we're seeking the board's favorable approval. So if the board has any questions for me, I'd be pleased to answer them.
All right, we'll find out.
I have a PAO here. Do you-
Did you see the PAR?
No. We didn't get one today.
Just to clarify something, the town board did approve your LWRP application this afternoon, so that's what is attached for the board to review.
Okay, very good. Yeah, we haven't seen that yet.
Oh, this is the LWRP, not a PAR. This is the LWRP. Okay.
That's the, yes.
Okay. Anyone on the board have any questions? No?
So we recommend the conditions adopted for the LWRP application be also incorporated into any approval this board has for this case. And just to remind the applicant that you also need site plan approval.
Yes, we're aware
for
of
the
that because
garage.
it's a commercial property.
Okay, Sabrina?
Our comment was regarding that the property may need permits, but that was already addressed.
We got you. Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Case closed, thank you.
Thank you and good night.
Did Matt fix the highlighting on this one?
Thank you.
This is the one with the 6 foot fence. Yeah, okay. The next case is 19394 Benedetto Lomanto. Location is 52 Stony Hill Path in Smithtown, west side of Stony Hill Path, 1,658 feet north of Landing Meadow Road in Smithtown. The property is zoned R43. The tax map number is 51-632.1. The request of variance to reduce minimum rear yard setback from 100 feet to 89 feet for existing 31 square foot rear addition, to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in the required front yard for a proposed 6-foot aluminum fence, reduce the minimum setback of a 3-foot retaining wall from a 3-foot retaining wall from 3 feet to 2 feet for existing retaining walls A and B, permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15% for existing 3-foot retaining walls A and B.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dina Byrne, BYRNE, SLD Designs, 5 Renville Court, Mill Neck, New York. I'm here this evening to represent
Do you
Ms.
have a, you have a power of attorney?
I was the applicant on the permits and the application to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
We would typically need the property owner, because they have to give us permission to speak with you unless they give you power. Are they here?
Okay, no, they're not here tonight.
Do you think they could come up here?
I can call.
Because we can put you on for later if they can come up. All we need is for them to represent that they own the property and that you can speak on
Okay.
their behalf.
Let me reach out to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll recall it. If not, just give a wave and say you couldn't get them, and
Okay.
we'll reschedule it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, pull these back. Want to call the next case and then we'll come back?
Next case is 19381 Flexible Business Systems, Inc. Location is 290 Vanderbilt Motor Parkway in Hauppauge, north side of Vanderbilt Motor Parkway, 1,327 feet east of Adams Avenue in Hauppauge. The property is zoned LI. The tax map number is 18133. Request a variance to increase the max area of a ground sign from 32 square feet to 50 square feet for a proposed 50-foot square foot ground sign.
Hi, my name is Joe Sadrio. I'm the owner of Flexible Business or Systems, or Flexible IT, located at 290 Motor Parkway. It's SAGGIO, and I am requesting that Mike Mobillo speak for us tonight. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Michael Morbillo. My firm is Nspire Design Group. My office is located at 4964 Express Drive South, Lake Ronkonkoma, New York. The application before you this evening is a relatively simple, straightforward one. We're proposing a ground sign, and due to the property size and sort of the expanse of the front yard of the property, we're looking to be, marginally over the required size. There is a ground sign in front of the building right now that they're looking to replace. Some of the drawings are indicating some of the construction. The sign will actually be mounted. There'll be a berm in there. There's an image right now that shows that the sign will be basically located within a berm, so it's not projecting up above the ground. There'll be landscaping, other things around it, to the lawn. So there's already a sign in the vicinity. We're basically replacing the sign, and it's not going to have an impact on the environment. And there is a similar size sign down the street in front of the Chase Bank, so we're somewhat emulating the size of that sign. And again, a similar sort of size property. It's a little bit wider, again, just to give a little bit better visibility. We are doing this in a horizontal fashion. The current sign right now is more of a vertical sign. So we're trying to reduce the impact. You can see it in the lower left of image of the front of the facade there now, or the front property. There's a blue sign that's there now. So basically, we're looking to replace it, and if the board has any questions this time, we'd be happy to answer them.
We'll find out. Anyone on the board have any questions?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right.
We just noticed on the survey, the sign is located within the Suffolk County Water Authority easement. Might be a good idea to just move it back a little bit out of the easement.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. We don't want to have any problems with that. Thank you.
You okay? We're going to put, if we approve it, that'll probably be a condition that it's moved out of the easement.
Certainly.
Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this one? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, case closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Anything from Ms. Byrne? Not yet.
The next case is case 19392, 960 MCR LLC. The location is 960 Middle Country Road in St. James, southwest corner of Middle Country Road and Hillside Avenue in St. James. The property is zoned WSI. Tax map number is 114-613.1. Request variance to increase the max height of a wall sign from 15 feet to 35 feet for signs B, C, G, and H. To increase the number of ground signs from a max of 1 per parcel to 2 per parcel, sign E. Variance to increase the number of wall signs from a max of 1 sign to 6 signs, that's signs B, C, F, G, and H.
Good evening, Christina Bravin, Morano Expediting, P.O. Box 39, Bethpage, New York.
Do you have a power of attorney?
It's in, we already submitted it actually, or it's in there. Usually we submit it with the other one. Should be on file.
It could be in the file, yeah.
Take a look there.
If you don't, I'm sure I have a copy.
Power of attorney. Nothing? And you don't have it over there?
No.
Are you sure you submitted it? Because normally when there's a power of attorney, we'll see it on our agenda.
Yeah, because we submitted at the same time when we brought in the other applications. It should be in there. Usually we have a copy too in my file, but I don't see. I don't have an extra copy with me. This is like a reduced file.
Let's see, John. No. Someone, you want to take a look and verify that we don't have
Oh, is that
anything?
it?
No, that's just the file.
Oh.
It would, that's everything else in the file is just plans.
Yeah, I see it. I don't remember this one coming over as a.
It's
You're
not
not
inside the envelope. There were 2 documents that were notarized.
Those are
But
probably the
normally we
Those
send
are
it
the
in ahead of time.
Posting and mailings.
You know, it's not in the original file either. And I don't remember seeing it come across, because usually the town attorney's office signs
They
off on them.
send them over to you for
Mhm.
review, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
that's
able to get them to
interesting.
come down,
Yeah,
maybe?
let me call.
Okay, so we'll recall.
Okay.
Okay. Stick that back away for now.
The next case is 19383 Vincent DiMarzo, location 217 Lake Avenue in St. James, southeast corner of Lake Avenue and Woodlawn Avenue in St. James. The property is owned, it's split zone CB and R10. Tax map number is 5551. Request modification of an existing special exception to permit parking in a residential district. Variance to reduce the required setback adjoining a residence district from 50 feet to 8 feet for proposed change of use from first floor office to restaurant and proposed 31 square foot, 1-story rear addition. Reduce minimum parking setback from front property line on Woodlawn Avenue from 6 feet to 5 feet. Reduce minimum parking setback from south side property line from 6 feet to 1 foot.
Good evening, my name is Vincent DiMarzo, residing at 217 Lake Avenue, and I'd like to turn the floor over to my architect, John Cuniff.
Thank you.
Good.
Good evening, folks. Thanks for hearing us this evening.
Just name and address.
Sure. John Cuniff, architect,
with offices at 17 Hillside Road in Stony Brook, New York.
And just spell your last name.
Cunniffe.
Thank you.
We're here tonight seeking some, there's 4 aspects of relief that we're after this evening related to the expansion of parking for the execution of this project, along with, there's a small building addition, which is fairly insignificant. We are in receipt of a letter from planning staff. It's just incredibly favorable. There's 1 or 2 highlights there that we'll get into as well. I'm in receipt of Department of Environmental and Waterways from Mr. David Barnes. We go back some time, which just focuses on the fact that we don't have an exact approval yet for the IA system from Suffolk County, which is really, the only thing holding that up is a pollution control letter from Suffolk County, which is in the works. And we did have a favorable examination and testing, so we don't expect an issue there. So, but again, we're not able to have a vote for SEQA at the moment, but I'm fairly confident we will. Just getting into the 4 aspects, I'll just run through them. Again, this project is as of right to build out and convert business use to a restaurant, and we're going to maintain some residential habitation on the 2nd floor, which is already in place. I think it fits fairly well in a diagram of suffering ability on Long Island to live and have that still on Lake Avenue. But the first, with Chapter 322, 65-A, reducing minimum parking setback from front property line on Woodlawn from 6 foot to 5 foot. That is fairly minor in nature, I would think. We do enjoy about 10 to 12 feet of additional grass area. That's town of Smithtown, along with 5 feet of sidewalk to the curb. I don't see that being a big issue relative to a relief request. In my opinion, I don't see it having an adverse impact. We do have Chapter 322 20-B, which is a required to reduce a required setback adjoining an A district from a residential district from 50 foot to 8 foot. It's a little curious the way that's written. We are infilling a small corner of, I don't know if there's a plan view of the site plan.
Yeah, we can see it.
There's a small corner of an addition that we're building out. Oh, boy.
We can see it here.
Okay. So you'll see there's a small area identified that's in addition to the building, which infills, doesn't go beyond the boundaries of the actual footprint of the building. It's just sort of an infill corner. It's very small in nature. We don't see that being, it's back of house. It's not observable. Again, it's a 1-story small addition that's just encroaching. Obviously, we have a sort of property here with CB and R10 on the same lot. And that's sort of, we're drawing closer to that residential district line. Again, I think it's, in my opinion, a fairly minor request. We hope you feel the same way. We do have Chapter 322 65-A, which reduces the minimum parking setback from a side property line from 6 foot to 1 foot. So this is a little bit more of a relief request, we'd admit, but we did look, and I'm very grateful to the planning staff and the open communication with planning, the parking required for the site. And we did find that the alternative of reducing the number of cars in order to provide a buffer wasn't going to work well for, we'd rather have the parking, and I think everyone in Smithtown would prefer, and on Lake Avenue would prefer on-site parking versus any kind of overflow. So this does give us the ability to park all the required cars. And we are also adjacent to another parcel, which is fully commercial in that regard, and also has a parking and a grass buffer and a stand of trees, which Some will stay in place, some will not, relative to the site plan, and a dumpster that backs up against it. So I don't think it's it's definitely not out of character. I also note that 255, 265, 275 Lake Avenue, that's further north on Lake Avenue, as well as 244 Lake Avenue, which is on the opposite side of the street, due north of the intersection of Woodlawn and Lake, also have full parking lot development right up to the property line, as well as buildings up to the property line. So not that it has to be a tit for tat. It's just there is some level of precedence. I don't think this is out of character for the commercial district on Lake Avenue by any means. And we have one more, which is really just a modification of existing special exception to the permit for parking in a residential district. So unfortunately, the site plan's not here for the public, but there is going to be some parking that is backed up against a residential plot of land. And there was a comment in the planning comments that would be seeking some additional planting and buffering, which we did provide in the site plan as well. We did provide an LS plan in some conversations with planning. So we have no problem with an increased level of screening on that. I also sort of remiss, I should have brought it up before we started all this, but I do have a letter from the neighbor most affected, the residential neighbor, and she's in agreement with the application that was reviewed by Vinnie. I do have that here. I'd like to submit it if you don't mind me coming.
Thank you.
So that sort of concludes where we're at in regard to the 4 variance requests that are needed to make this application occur and approvable. You know, I can run down our list of 5 that sort of encompasses all of them, although I will say that a lot of these aspects that you're looking for are actually covered. I noted them. They're covered actually in the planning board letter that's associated, the report. But a lot of the change here is related, obviously, to the parking and extent of the parking. We have plenty of stormwater drainage covered already and designed. We have an IA system in regard to covering our environmental aspect, along with a grease trap that's going to be introduced. So all that is covered, as well as screening and planting wherever we can. I think that it's a value add to Lake Avenue and St. James to have another eatery and unique one. This is a wood-fired pizza, which is something that's a little bit unique. It's an actual true deal. Vinny has quite a thing going, I gotta say. He knows everyone in the room somehow. I guess pizza's a big thing here in St. James. So we're looking forward to bringing that here. And again, as a value add, the other aspect of this application and the parking itself, and I'd love to have it up on the board to point to it, but, you know, there's a bunch of this that does wrap around. Of course, it does wrap around on the residential, but we are preserving that front corner on Lake and Woodlawn with literal, you know, it's really pretty much undisturbed. And it still has that sort of, you know, it's still maintaining a feel here. We're not putting any parking or proposing any parking in the front. I also note that some of the curb cuts that were associated with the parking plan have been expanded from 18 to 24. There was a proposed, so we're actually increasing that, and we have had some dialogue with the Highway Department or DPW and Liam in order to position and reposition some of those curb cuts that are much more favorable to both Woodlawn and Lake. Really, it's certainly not something out of character. It's definitely conforming to the commercial district on Lake, as well as some of the other commercial properties that return back onto Woodlawn and some of the other roads that are parallel to that. We're obviously not creating a hardship out of this. You know, a lot of this is proposed and for consideration, and we've taken a lot of time with planning to make sure that the application is meeting everybody's needs. And again, that open willingness from the planning department to work with us sort of assured us that coming to you wouldn't be a waste of time. All right. I'd like to open up for any questions or any dialogue between the board and myself.
We'll
this
find
time.
out. Anyone on the board have any questions or concerns?
I'm good when I got that letter.
You good? Anyone else? Planning?
Yeah, so John pretty much covered a lot what was in our PAR. The proposal complied pretty much with all of the general criteria, the specific criteria. It was just the buffer and screening that was the issue, which is why we recommended the, installing and maintaining plantings along the residence
Absolutely.
boundary. There's other ways to enhance that. You may think maybe a fence is necessary in that area. Maybe the Board of Site Plan Review requires something like that. One thing just to consider, I mean, I know the resident has no objection, but you want to just think about, I hope your business is successful. You have a lot of cars parking there. The headlights eventually are going to start shining into the house, if you become more busy. So that's just the main reason why we had that condition there. So.
Would you think the board here would, I don't want to do a 6-foot fence, I think it's sort of too obtrusive, but a 4-foot fence would cut off those the headlights along behind the plantings. So we would do a fencing and then planting if that would help.
So a 4-foot opaque fence?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate, bordering on the residential. I think it would help with some sound attenuation as well as the headlights. It's a great point. And some of the sort of standing pedestrian visual impact between the two properties. So I think it would be an add for us and for the resident.
Okay, anything else, Matt?
No.
Sabrina?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As John has stated, there is an application pending before the Department of Health. We've asked him to provide documentation of that and any supporting documents in order for us to complete our environmental review. So no decision can be made until we receive that information and review it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You understand that?
I fully understand. I've been on the pollution control guy. I can show you the emails. It's sat on it for about 6 months. It's
Okay, good. So as
disaster.
soon as you can get that to us, you can start making.
Yeah, that's
pizza.
fully
You
in
can
the
start
works.
making pizza.
Yeah, there is actually, I did just receive by email an actual application number that was submitted to the county. This guy sat on it, this pollution control guy. I don't want to mention his name in public, but I do, but I don't. So we did get held up, and then, I kind of expressed, we better step on it.
All right.
I appreciate your
Let's see
time
if anyone in
tonight.
the audience has, anyone in the audience have any questions or concerns? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion
Thank
is
you for
second,
your
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, case closed.
Thank
Thank you
you so
very
much.
much.
Bye-bye.
You want to kick back? Ms. Byrne, were you able to get a hold of the applicant? Okay. Just let us know when he gets here. And Ms. Bravin, is she still
Yeah, she's right there.
there? Out in the hall? Ms. Bravin, were you able to get a hold of your? Is that okay, Simone?
Where are they submitting it to? Right now?
Can they email to me? Is that?
That's fine.
Yeah, if you can, if you want to,
Yeah, I'll write down my email.
so just grab his email and send it to Matt.
So it's just MCALADO@smithtown.ny.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
The next case is 19391 Boulder Smithtown Properties LLC. The location is 610 Smithtown Bypass in Smithtown, northeast corner of Wisconsin Port Jefferson Highway and Mount Pleasant Road in Smithtown. The property is split zoned NB and R10. Tax map number is 13234. Request variance to increase the max permitted gross floor area due to environmentally sensitive lands, high groundwater from 50% to 100%. reduce the required minimum lot area due to environmentally sensitive lands, high groundwater from 180,465 square feet to 0 square feet, to permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered where depth to water is equal to or less than 10 feet for proposed 1,842 square foot solarium addition, 867 square foot enclosure of outdoor dining space, 426 square foot walk-in refrigerator freezer boxes, and 109 square foot of access way for accessory boxes. Reduce the required buffer to a residential district from 50 feet to 46 feet for proposed 64 square foot utility closet addition.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the appellant, Tom Abate, A-B-B-A-T-E. I'm an attorney with offices at 88 Sunnyside Boulevard in Plainview. And tonight's appeal, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is merely a reconfiguration of that which you previously approved. I was here in April last year for virtually all of the relief that is recited in our public notice. And by virtue of your decision on June 11th of the same year, you granted everything. So why are we here tonight? Because my client, and I have Mr. Arthur Viana, right here, with me this evening, they've decided to change the square footages. Primarily, our case last April was about erecting a solarium and an outdoor patio. And now we've changed the square footages. Before I get into the details on that, please recognize at the outset that what we're proposing tonight is actually 36 square feet less than what you approved last June. It's just that the numbers change. Now, Mr. Trotta and I went over this together. I was kind of hoping to submit the amended site plan and have it approved administratively because we're not exceeding what we previously received by the board. But Mr. Trotta and Blaise Donadio both felt that it would be better if we came here, and I agree with them, right? Transparency is the key. So what are those details? You approved a solarium of 2,218 square feet. Now, we're only looking for a solarium of 1,842 square feet. So we're removing 376 square feet from the solarium. The patio that you approved was at 527 square feet. Now we're looking to have it at 587 square feet. That's a 340 square foot addition, right, to the patio. But again, the net is a reduction of construction area at Insignia Restaurant of 36 square feet. The location of both structures, going to remain the same. They're going to be on the east side of the building. From an aesthetic standpoint, it does give us the ability for an appearance upgrade. Right now, the patio is recessed from the wood frame roof that we have. This plan, the patio is getting bigger, so it matches the end of the roof, and yet we're going to replace that roof with a gabled roof, pitched north and south, so it'll look exactly like the restaurant itself. Those are the only changes. Everything else, and that would be our 64 square foot utility closet, no change. Our 426 square foot walk-in box, no change. And our 109 square foot walkway to the walk-in box, no change. So that's it. I can't really elaborate upon this.
Okay.
All right?
Sounds good. In reviewing the file with planning the other day, we noticed that there's a buffer on the side of the patio area.
Yes.
I believe currently it's two layers of trees. Now it's going to be reduced to one.
All right, so I have a problem, and Leo and I discussed this. It's not really a buffer. It's a planting bed that separates the solarium from what? The parking lot. So we had to reduce it, not only to get the added square footage, but the solarium is going to have bifold doors. So this way, in the nicer weather, we can open up and have fresh air come into for the diners. And if we were to do that, we'd be intruding in that bed. It's still going to be there. It's just going to be of a diminished width, but it will still function. It's a buffer to nothing but asphalt, and our asphalt at that.
No, we noticed that. It was just that it is a buffer, whether it's required or not, and having it as dense as possible kind of helps keep the neighbors at bay.
Right, so the one thing I will say about Mr. Viana and Mr. Scotto is that they do want to give screening so that the people in the solarium are not looking at nothing but asphalt and motor vehicles. So they're going to incorporate it and plant it to the best of their ability, so it does provide screening both in and out, both ways.
Okay, that was the only
And
thing I had.
one last thing, and I'm not throwing roses at him. Zoning boards don't often know how good staff is, and Mr. Trotter was particularly responsive, prompt, polite, and thorough, and I
Oh, we
appreciate
know
his
what we
actions.
got.
Yeah, and I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do.
Anyone on the board like to be heard on this application?
No,
thank
No?
you.
no, thank you.
Matt?
The only comment is just some of the outdoor storage on the site is not permitted, so if it can just be removed.
We have to get rid of that. That was a condition, yes.
Yes.
Can we add a car wash component? Or, no?
Outdoor storage. Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Nothing? Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, case
Great.
closed.
Thank you. Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Good night.
I don't think they need to be modified. The next. Are you ready?
Do we want to call up? Yes. Okay, so we're ready. You want to recall
which one was
case, that was 19394.
Yes, okay.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
Oh, we're just going to call the case
Oh.
You
again.
want me to? Yep.
My bad.
No, it's okay.
So, Benedetto Lamonto, location 52 Stony Hill Path in Smithtown, west side of Stony Hill Path, 1,658 feet north of Landing Meadow Road in Smithtown. Property zoned R43, tax map number 51632.1. Request variance to reduce minimum rear yard setback from 100 feet to 89 feet for existing 31 square foot rear addition, to permit a fence greater than 4 feet in the required front yard for a proposed 6-foot aluminum fence, reduce the minimum setback of a 3-foot retaining wall from a 3-foot retaining wall from 3 feet to 2 feet for existing retaining walls A and B, permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15% for existing 3-foot retaining walls A and B.
Okay, now you're on.
Hi, my name is Benedetto Lamonto. I live at 52 Stony Hill Path in Smithtown, and Dina Burns will be representing me tonight.
Thank you very much.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. Here again, representing the applicant, Mr. Benedetto Lamonto of 52 Stony Hill Path in Smithtown, also identified as Section 51, Block 6, Lot 32.1.
Can we just get, spell your last name?
Byrne, in an R43 residence district. So Mr. Lamonto purchased the property in 2023 and began a renovation of the existing dwelling. The project included a one-story addition of about 2,347 square feet, a 583 square foot side entry garage, and a 664 square foot covered rear porch. These improvements were both granted front and rear yard variances in 2024 under hearing number 19049. As the construction moved forward, the homeowner found that the primary bathroom tub area felt too tight. He asked the contractor to add a small alcove for about 31 square feet to recess the tub. That change is the basis of our first request tonight, a variance to reduce the minimum rear yard setback from 100 feet to 89 feet. I'd like to note for the board that the rear yard setback prior to the addition was already 91 feet to the existing house and foundation, so the request is very minimal. Our second request is for a proposed 6-foot aluminum fence along the front right side property line. While technically considered in the front yard, the fence will follow along the side property line where the grade slopes down. If the board would like to refer to the pictures of the retaining wall and specifically view number 2, you'll see where the grade changes. So the top right, you'll notice that the grade below that second retaining wall would be where the fence would be located, and each retaining wall is about 2 foot high, so a 6-foot fence would only appear to be 2 feet high from the street. Again, the fence will not appear imposing or out of character for the neighborhood once our final landscaping is completed. The third variance concerns 2 small retaining walls identified as Wall A and Wall B, each average a height of 2.1 and 2.2 feet in height. By code, retaining walls of this type require a minimum separation of 3 feet. In this case, they are set 2 foot 8 inches apart. So we're requesting a modest reduction of that setback requirement from 3 feet to 2 foot. And finally, we're requesting a permission to alter environmentally sensitive lands with slopes greater than 15% in order to accommodate these existing retaining walls. These walls are not expanding the building footprint. They simply stabilize the grade and prevent erosion from when a future pool and pool pad would be proposed in the next coming year. In closing, each of these requests are minor in nature and do not change the character of the neighborhood, and furthermore will avoid unnecessary hardship to the homeowner. On behalf of Mr. Lamonto and I, we appreciate your time and consideration, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, we'll find out. Anyone on the board have any questions?
No, thank you.
No? Planning?
No comments.
Sabrina?
No, thank you.
Anyone in the audience like to be heard on this case? There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
We need a second. Moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Case closed, thank you.
Thank you, have a good evening.
You too. Thank you. Are you set? That was case 19392, I believe.
19392?
I think so. Is that the one?
Yeah, council's reviewing. Everything's good. Would you like me to read the
Yeah, I think
request?
so.
Case 19392, 960 MCR LLC, location 960 Middle Country Road in St. James, southwest corner of Middle Country Road and Hillside Avenue in St. James. The property is owned WSI. The tax map number is 114-613.1. Request variance to increase the max height of a wall sign from 15 feet to 35 feet for signs B, C, G, and H. To increase the number of ground signs from a max of 1 per parcel to 2 per parcel, that's sign E, and to increase the number of wall signs from a max of 1 sign to 6 signs, signs B, C, F, G, and H.
Good evening, Christina Bravin, Morano Expediting, P.O. Box 39, Bethpage, New York, agent for the applicant. Thank you to the board for your consideration and allowing us to square away the paperwork. I'll make sure we have a copy tomorrow in the office. We are requesting permission this evening for the new Smithtown Nissan Infiniti dealership to be located on the subject parcel. Currently, both Nissan and Infiniti operate from separate locations along Middle Country Road. Since both brands are manufactured by the same parent company, the intent is to consolidate them into a single dealership at the site. The consolidation requires additional signage, as both vehicle makes will be identified in the building. The property fronts on 2 streets, Middle Country Road and South Hillside Avenue, making visibility from both directions essential. 2 of the proposed wall signs are designated for the service entrance. These are modest in size and serve a practical function by guiding customers to the correct area of the facility. This stretch of Middle Country Road, as you know, contains numerous automotive dealerships, most of which display 2 to 3 wall signs or more. The requested signage is consistent with the established pattern. The variance would not produce an impact on the adjacent properties because the signs face public streets. The property is not abutting any residential lots. The request is consistent with the area based on the current dealerships on Middle Country Road. The additional sign height is a direct result of the facade design, so it's not self-created. There is no other placement on the building for this signage based on those 2-story glass windows. Finally, both Middle Country Road and South Hillside Avenue provide entrances into the site, and so to ensure safe and convenient navigation for customers, an additional ground side is warranted for each entrance. This feature is also consistent with other dealerships that maintain frontage on more than one road. And it would not produce an adverse impact on the environment because no trees or shrubs will be removed. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
My question would be the two signs. Obviously, the architecture of the building dictates the height, but I noticed the one, I guess the Nissan sign seems to cover over the glass.
It does, the logo, the design, it stays consistent with that, so it has to be that rectangular shape.
I get that. My only concern would be, what's the reasoning that it has to be at that height if it's covering the glass?
Well, there's no other way to attach it to the actual facade. That would be the only safe place to attach it, where they could put wiring and the substantial the attachments that they need. The portion that not cantilevers, but hangs down does not attach.
Okay.
So if they were to raise it up higher, it would project over the facade. So that's the only place that they could put it that way.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions or concerns?
No, thank you.
Planning.
Our comment is also regarding height. 35 feet is substantial. And I believe it is self-created because the architecture, you pick the architecture and knowing with the, the height requirement that existed prior to the architecture being decided by Nissan and Infiniti. So we believe it is high. I don't believe there's any car dealerships along the Middle Country corridor with 35 feet. I reviewed past variance cases and none were 35 feet. I don't believe any were over 30.
Did you want to respond to that?
I don't have any cases offhand that are at that height either.
Okay. Sabrina,
No, thank you.
would anybody in the audience like to be heard on this application? No. There being none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Thank you.
Thank you again.
The next case is 19311 Spark Car Wash LLC, location Middle Country Road in Lake Grove, New York, north side of Middle Country Road, 495 feet west of Alexander Avenue. The property zoned WSI and NB. The tax map number is 114 for 5.1 and 4.2. Request special exception for a car wash in WSI. Variance to reduce minimum side yard setback from 5 feet to 3 feet for proposed 5,362 square foot one-story car wash. To reduce the side yard buffer to residential district from 50 feet to 3 feet. To eliminate the required 10-foot wide protective planting strip adjoining a residence district. To reduce the parking setback to a residential district from 25 feet to 10 feet. To eliminate the required landscaped islands. To increase the max area of a ground sign from 40 square feet to 111 square feet. That's signs 6 and 9. To increase the max area of a wall sign from 24 square feet to 74 square feet. That's signs 1A and 1B. To increase the max height of a wall sign from 15 feet to 28 feet. That's signs 1A, 1B, 2A, and 2C. To increase the number of ground signs from a max of 1 per parcel to 19 per parcel. To increase the number of wall signs from a max of 1 sign to 7 signs. That's all the wall signs. To permit a wall sign not to face a public street, signs 1A, 1B, 2B, 2C, 3, and 4. To permit a ground sign not on the principal lot, that would be on tax lot 800, 114, 4, 4.2.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. On behalf of Spark Car Wash LLC, Keith Brown from law firm of Brown and Altman LLP, 538.
Sorry, the affidavit mailings?
I'm sorry?
Mailings?
Okay. We previously have submitted them on July 19th. And the case was adjourned a couple of times.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. I apologize.
That's okay. And just one other correction, just on the call of the case, it was the final item on the memorandum was number 13, just a special exception for the car wash use in the WSI. Just to point that out. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm confused. What was that comment? Because I see that's in the call of the meeting.
Yeah, it was the last one, just as the planning staff was reading through, they got to 12, and I just making sure we got 13 in there.
Oh, I think you read it first. For some reason,
Oh, okay.
ours, it,
In
yeah.
my memorandum, it's
Yeah.
last. No problem. All set?
No, we're not. Hold on. Take that. We're all set.
Great. So just to complete my address is 538 Broad Hollow Road, Suite 301 West, Melville, New York, 11747. I'm here tonight on the special exception of variance applications to develop a state-of-the-art car wash at the vacant parcel located on the north side of Middle Country Road in Lake Grove. Tell me if I'm talking too fast. The instant application also seeks to include a multi-tenant ground sign on the abutting parcel to the west, which is known as Suffolk County Tax Map, District 800, Section 114, Block 4, Lot 4.2. I could also give you this when I'm done. As a matter of housekeeping, the public notice, mailing, and postings were performed in accordance with the town code, and proof of the same has been submitted to the town previously. With me this evening, I have several people in support of the application. First is Orr Raitsis, of the Director of Real Estate for Spark Car Wash LLC. All to my rear. Orr is in the back on your right. We have Mr. Alex Holloman, PE of Bowler, the project engineer. Mr. Oliver Young, AIA of GK&A, the project architect. Mr. Nicholas Tortorella of Stonefield Engineering and Design, the traffic safety expert. Mr. Paul Dykes of Dykes Real Estate Appraisal. And finally, we have Deirdre Ryan, a senior environmental planner from PW Grosser, who will discuss the car wash use and the criteria for the issuance of the special permit, special exception permit and variance relief. Prior to this evening's hearing, our office submitted the following documents in further support of the application, of which you have copies in front of you. There's a memorandum of support of the variance and special exception applications prepared by my office, which includes Schedule A and B with prior precedent of similar variance relief, which was granted by this board. Second, an aerial exhibit prepared by Bowler, a color site plan rendering prepared by Bowler, color elevations and site images prepared by GK&A, a traffic and parking assessment prepared by Stonefield Engineering and Design, dated September 8th of this year, an appraisal report prepared by Dykes Realty Advisors, dated as of July 10th of this year, and finally, a copy of the February 20th, 25 Town Board Resolution amending a portion of the subject property to the WSI zoning district. By way of background, the property is located on the north side of Middle Country Road, is approximately 510 feet west of Alexander Avenue. The property has a total area of approximately 2.7 acres and stretches from Middle Country Road on its southern property line and extends to Wisconsin Highway, also known as New York State Route 347, at its northern property line. The properties in the surrounding area are used primarily for commercial and industrial purposes. Directly west of the property is the Pep Boys Auto Service Center, followed by a vacant parcel used by the New York State Department of Transportation for the storage of vehicles and equipment. Abutting the property to the east is a residentially zoned property that is used as a truck yard for the New York State DOT. And further to the east is a commercial use property that is improved with the Firestone Complete Auto Care Building, followed by residential dwellings and the Smith Haven Mall. North of the project site is the remaining portion of the property, which consists of heavily forested area that extends to Wisconsin Highway. And to the south, across Middle Country Road, is densely vegetated vacant land. Southeast is the Sonic fast food restaurant and other commercial development. The applicant seeks to develop a portion of the property with a car wash which will include a one-story, 5,362 square foot building with 3 drive-up lanes, 28 parking stalls with vacuum equipment, ground and wall signs, along with associated site improvements. As part of the town's overall review of the project, on February 20th of this year, the town board granted the applicant's petition to amend the portion of the property's zoning designation from Neighborhood Business District to Wholesale Service Industry District for the purposes of developing the car wash at the subject property. This evening, the applicant seeks a special exception for the car wash use as well as area and sign variance relief, which are basically broken down into 2 categories. The first category is the special exception and the variances that relate to the bulk requirements to allow a pay station to be 3 feet from the side yard where 5 feet is required pursuant to Town Code Section 322-9 sub A. A variance from the Town Code Section 322-20 sub B1 to reduce the side yard buffer to a residential district from 50 feet to 3 feet. A variance from Town Code Section 322-20 sub C1 to eliminate the required 10-foot wide protective planting strip adjoining a residential district. To reduce the parking setback to a residential district from 25 feet to 10 feet pursuant to Town Code Section 322-65 sub A, and relief from Section 322-65 sub J to eliminate the required landscape islands. The remaining variances are all related to the requested signs. There's a variance relief from Town Code Section 322-69 sub A to increase the maximum area of a wall sign from 24 square feet to 74 square feet, which includes the signs identified as signs 1A and 1B. A variance from Town Code Section 322-69A to increase the maximum height of a wall sign from 15 feet to 28 feet for signs 1A and 1B, each with a height of 28 feet. Signs 2A and 2C, each with a height of 15 feet 8 inches, and sign 3 for a height of 19 feet. Next is relief from Town Code Section 322-69C1 to increase the number of wall signs from a maximum of 1 sign to 7 signs. Next is a variance from Town Code Section 322-69C1 to permit 6 wall signs to not face a public street, which are signs 1A, 1B, 2B, 2C, 3, and 4. Relief from Town Code Section 322-69B1 to provide 19 ground signs. As will be discussed, the 17 of the signs are for drive-through lanes or are directional signs to guide customers on and off the site. So that's the bulk of the 19 signs are directional. To allow the ground identification signs to have an area of 57 square feet and 111 square feet, where a maximum of 40 feet is permitted. And finally, a variance from Town Code Section 322-70A for a shared ground sign that will be located on the abutting property known as Suffolk County Tax Map Number District 800, Section 114, Block 4, Lot 4.2. Here, it's important to note that the shared ground sign will include a panel for Spark Car Wash and for the other 4 parcels in the direct vicinity of that lot. With respect to the special exception, the subject site is properly zoned in the WSI zoning district, and its long, narrow geometry is particularly well suited for a car wash use. As will be discussed by the project experts, the application satisfies the criteria of Town Code Section 322-94 sub G for the issuance of a special exception for the car wash use. We note that a portion of the property that is subject of this application has a total lot area of 67,315 square feet, or 1.545 acres, far exceeding the Town Code's 20,000 square foot lot area requirement. Given the size of the property, the project engineer was able to design the site to meet all of the town requirements as it relates to landscape coverage, maximum floor area, and front and rear yard setbacks, for the car wash building, and at the same time, design a car wash facility capable of supporting a drive-through queue for 26 cars. In regard to parking, 28 off-street parking stalls are provided, which will meet the maximum peak parking demand. The same will be further discussed by Nick Tortorella from Stonefield Engineering. Further, this application will not have a negative impact on the commercial or industrial use properties in the surrounding area. As noted in our expert appraisal report, the application will not produce a negative impact on surrounding property values. In addition, in a memorandum dated February 14th of 2025, David Barnes, the Town Director of Environmental Protection, found that the car wash development, quote, appears to be consistent with the existing development patterns in the vicinity of the subject property and is compatible with the neighboring land uses, end quote. It should be noted that there are no adjacent residential uses anywhere near the property. With respect to the area and sign variances, I'm just going to skip through because they're going to be covered in more detail by our project architect. But just to point out that this board has granted similar relief in the matter of Bola Operating LI Corp., case number 1-16997, dated February 25th of 2014, where a variance was granted to reduce the buffer to residential district from 50 to 7 feet in connection with the gasoline service station located at the northwest corner of New York State Route 347 and New York State Route 111. Some other precedent is the McDonald's Corporation application involving the property located at 614 Middle Country Road in St. James. It was case number 189-59, decided by this board on June 27th of 2023, where this board granted ground sign relief for multiple clearance boards, order boards, and preview boards associated with the 2 drive-through lanes. And just wanted to wrap up by going through the recommendations and conditions that were contained in the staff report that we received just a couple of days ago. With respect to the recommendations, there's a recommendation to approve the 3-foot for the kiosk and the 10-foot for the principal structure. There's a recommendation to approve the ground signs. We have removed the logo from the ground signs, so now they just say what, enter and exit, and what language is contained on the directional signs. There was a recommendation to approve the ground signs, the 2 monument signs, at 75 square feet each. We have no issue with that. There's another recommendation to approve the 6 wall signs and delete the one facing the east, which is to the DOT yard. We have no issue with that recommendation. There's a recommendation for the variance increase in the maximum area for the wall signs to approve 36 feet. So with respect to that recommendation, we would submit to the board and to the planning staff that we'd be willing to move the logo as it relates to the 2 signs on the tower or the blade, and just leave where it says Spark Car Wash, which is needed because that's the only place that actually says Spark Car Wash on the building itself. And with regard to the height, there's a recommendation to approve the height on that blade or tower, which is a central figure on the building itself, to 20 feet. What we would ask, and I'll have Mr. Oliver Young talk about it in more detail, our architect, but if we remove the logo, then the top of the Spark Car Wash, where it says Spark Car Wash, would be a total height of 24 feet. And that would be kind of the minimum that we would need in order to allow it to say the word mark of actual Spark Car Wash. So we'd be willing to reduce that from 28 feet down to 24 feet.
And just to clarify, that would be removing the logo on top of Spark Car Wash.
The logo itself leaving where it says the word mark of Spark Car Wash
Okay.
on the tower or the blade. Correct. With regard to the conditions, just if I could go through it, just so we can kind of identify the issues. We have no issue with condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, Condition 4 I spoke of, that's the sign 2B, which faces east to the DOT yard. Condition 5 relates to proposed sign 8 to be relocated within 10 feet in front of the building. We're okay with that, basically moving where, that's the green light, the wait and go sign, the green light, red light. When you come out of the tunnel, we would move that within 10 feet of the building. We have no issue with that. Condition number 6, that the ground equipment shall be relocated behind the front of the building as directed by the Board of Site Plan Review. What we propose doing is moving that equipment basically from the front and sliding it all the way in the back, which will be covered by Mr. Alex Holloman from Bowler. He'll explain what we propose to do with that. And finally, the vacuum equipment shall be painted a neutral color as directed by the Board of Site Plan Review. What we propose to do with that is we would paint the vacuum equipment to be the color gray to match the side of the building, which would in fact be neutral. So we don't have an issue with that at all. So with that said, as my introduction, I'd like to invite Mr. Orr Raitsis from Spark Car Wash to give you a little discussion about Spark and their operation and what they propose to do at the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith, for that brief introduction. No, just kidding. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board and planning staff for the town of Smithtown. My name is Orr Raitsis, representing the applicant Spark Car Wash LLC with an address of 30 Maple Street, Unit 2, Summit, New Jersey, 07901.
Spell that for us? Could you just spell your name?
Oh, last name is R-A-I-T-S-E-S, first name O-R.
Thank you.
So just quickly, before I get into the details of the site and walk you through what a Spark Car Wash is, a little bit about myself. I'm Long Island raised and grew up here. Previously, family business on Long Island, and so it's great to be back on Long Island doing expansion work with Spark Car Wash, bringing really modern and express wash to Long Island. It's very exciting to be presenting in front of this board this evening our first proposed location on Long Island. So this would really be one of the first locations that we would be building ground up here, and we're very excited to do it within the town of Smithtown. So for those of you who are not familiar, and I can't blame you for not being familiar because there really are none of these concepts that exist currently on Long Island, an express car wash is different from your traditional full-service car wash. A full-service car wash usually has numerous staff there to help you professionally take care of your car. It's really a hands-off process. You come in, you might actually drive your car in through the tunnel and then get out, or you might actually hand the car over to a professional who will drive your car into the tunnel, typically then consisting of a vacuum, wipe down, and also a cleaning of all of your windows, et cetera. So with a full-service car wash, the customer drives up to the site, and so we'll take you through that customer journey and walk you through some of those differences. So the first thing that you'll see is the site is larger than your typical car wash, and that's because the the express car wash model is about volume, number of cars that can come through there. It is really converting customers from do-it-yourselfers to people who will come and actually get their car washed more frequently at our locations. It ultimately has a positive impact on the environment. We'll talk about that in short, but we make the locations very inviting to our customers. We want to make sure that it's well signed, well lit, and extremely clean. Cleanliness is everything to our company. That's why you'll see on the architectural of our building, the exterior is white. You'd have to be crazy to build a building in white because knowing just how much maintenance it takes to keep that building clean. We have ceramic tiles on the outside of our building. That's because we take care of our facilities. Our trash pickup happens all over the site. There is no blowing trash. It really is an extremely clean site, and that's how our customers first perceive the site when they drive in. So you can access this site from two locations, either from the bypass or from 347. There, the customer is greeted with directional signs. Those directional signs are there to make sure that they can quickly get to the stacking area. The stacking area is located planned north, and that's where you could see the 3 lanes of cars. When we first open, most of our users or customers are not yet members. Membership is a big part of our model, and I'll get to that in a second. But all those 3 lanes will be available to all customers that come onto the site. They will be driving through that stacking area to a pay kiosk. The pay kiosk looks like an ATM. It's touchscreen, accepts cash and credit cards. And there will also be a pay station there which has an attendant. That attendant is there to make sure that if there are any transaction issues, if the customer needs help putting their credit card into the machine or putting the cash into the machine, they're there to assist them in that. And they're also there to educate them on the membership experience. The membership experience allows for unlimited washes within a 30-day period for a modest increase over that single wash price. So it really is incentivizing customers to come and use the wash frequently and really become an amenity of the community. So once they go to the pay station, again, they're greeted by a very friendly employee who will help them either complete their transaction or if they choose to become a member, we'll enter their information into our systems so that the next time they come, they use the member lane, which has a license plate recognition camera, and the gate will automatically open for that customer. So once that customer gets through that first part of the transaction, the rest of the experience is completely frictionless. The customer will drive up. They will be greeted by a loader. The loader is there for their safety as well as for the tunnel equipment safety. And they will drive up to what most people are familiar with. There is a conveyor that car will enter up until a certain point. There's a sign that tells the customer exactly what to do in terms of not to put their hands on the wheels, to turn off their wipers, and to put the car into neutral. Once the car is in neutral, the loader confirms that and summons the roller to push the car through. The inside of the wash is an extremely high-tech experience. We have the state-of-the-art wraps, and those are the rollers that go around the car. They are tuned exactly to the car's dimensions so that they are not going to put excessive wear or force onto the vehicle as it's entering through the automated wash. Also, the interior is well lit, so it's not a dark cavern. We want the customers to see how clean the interior is. There's also windows on the interior so that if they are there during the daylight hours, they can actually see outside and it allows natural light into the tunnel. This is very different from many existing washes out there today. As they get towards the end of their wash, and during the wash, it's a fun experience, especially for kids, because there's lots of flashing lights and good scents from the soaps. But then you get to the end, the car is dried by our high-tech blowers, and at that point, the customer has a decision to make. It's been about 3 minutes since they entered the wash, sometimes a little bit less than that, and they are then able to either exit and leave the site. Their car is clean on the exterior, and it's mostly dry, or they can pull into one of our vacuum stalls. Now, at the vacuum stalls, it's not just a vacuum. First, there's compressed air available. There are 2 types of vacuums. There's a claw for your carpets as well as a crevice tool to make sure you get all the Cheerios out of the back. And then there is also microfiber rags and free spray for the windows. So that's all provided complimentary to every user of the wash. And that's really the key difference is if you want to go that next step, it's going to be done on a self-service basis. We see great adoption with that, especially because we don't just provide it and put it out once. We have another employee who their entire responsibility is site cleanliness, as well as restocking all of those supplies. So all of those supplies are consistently restocked throughout the day. We have on the interior of the building, we have a washing machine that washes those microfiber rags. We have filling stations for the bottles. And then also located on the exterior of the building is a mat washing station. That mat washing station is really cool because what it does is it takes your carpet mats from your car, you feed it in, and it comes out clean. It's like magic, but it actually works. And then we also have their wet station where if you have rubber mats, you can rinse those off, and there's a sink there where all of the dirt will flow off into that sink to make sure that it doesn't get all over the site. So no matter what kind of mats you have in your car, you're able to clean those as well, and then you walk them back to your vehicle. That whole process, so from when you enter the tunnel to when most people leave the site, is about 12 to 15 minutes max. Again, if you choose to leave right after, it's only 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. But if you actually take the time, we find that most customers spend about 10 minutes at a vacuum. It's a whole family experience. I've seen literally 5 kids, all grab towels, walk around the cars. It's actually a lot of fun. A lot of people choose to do it during the time when their kids are around. Whereas with full-service washes, usually you try to avoid that with the kids as you're trying to entertain them while somebody's cleaning out the car. So after you exit the vacuum stations, then you have a choice to how to leave the site. You can either go north onto the bypass or back and make a right out onto 347. So that's just a little bit in a nutshell about what the experience is. Talked about membership. So the membership, again, is the kind of the primary factor for how people will end up using our washes, because it is such a, it does make the wash extremely affordable, and it's very convenient to be done on a frequent basis. So we find that people want locations that are extremely easy to access, that are visible, that are clean, and that's why we bring this location to, our location to this specific site. Just a little bit about operations. We have 2 shifts, 3 employees per shift. They change shifts at 1 p.m. As far as garbage, we do have trash enclosures for the garbage as it's collected out of the individual bins at the vacuum stalls. That is removed from the site once per week. As far as deliveries, all of our deliveries of chemicals are made by our in-house team. They're made using Sprinter vans, so there's never going to be any trucks on the site other than that once per week garbage pickup, which will be a typical truck that will pick up a container. These are not roll-offs. These are your typical top-load trash containers. As far as our peak hours of the day, it's usually between 1 and 3 p.m. On the weekends, we see that really throughout the day are the peak times, but that's what we see as our peak times on the weekdays. We are open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., so we are not open late, and we don't open too early. Our employees get there 1 hour before, and then after 8 p.m., they're there for 1 hour, cleaning, maintaining the site. We're open every day, so even if it's raining, a lot of washes you see are closed when it's raining. When it's a rainy day, it's a cleaning day. That's what we say. So that's the day that they spend really power washing the interior, cleaning the wraps, making sure that there's no built-up dirt that would then potentially scratch vehicles. So that is what our staff has done. They're extremely highly trained. We have a very extensive onboarding period for our employees to make sure that they can effectively take care of our customers' needs as well as the needs of the equipment and the facility itself. As I said earlier, we put a high level of investment into our buildings. We put state-of-the-art equipment, and that includes our reclamation system. So when I was talking a little bit about environmentally friendly, a normal wash will use about 100 gallons per car, whether that's at home or a typical kind of wash that was maybe built within the 30 plus years ago. A modern express wash with a reclamation system will typically use about 30 gallons of water that is not recycled. We have in the parking lot, there is a series of chambers which take all the wastewater that's produced that goes down into the tunnel, into the trench. It goes into there. It has a first tank that helps settle out a lot of the solids, a second tank that further refines, and then a third tank that's a holding tank. We pump that back into the building. It's then cleaned, ozonated, and then put back into the wash to be used. Like ozone is added to the water, and then it's being used again inside the wash. So it gets used as many times as it can before it has to be then discharged back into the ground. All of our chemicals are kitchen grade biodegradable chemicals, so there is never any harsh chemicals released into the ground. So again, this is another important factor as opposed to people who wash their cars at home, where especially a lot of brake dust that gets cleaned off the vehicles, it's heavy metals that end up back into either into our stormwater collection systems or onto the streets. All of that is actually stored and stays on site, and it's disposed of in an appropriate way. So this is really the most environmentally friendly way to clean your car. We really expect a high turnout because we do believe that there is a need for this type of wash in the market. We typically process between 60 to 70 cars per hour, but that number can get higher, especially during our busy season. And that's why, especially pollen season or after snowstorms, when a lot of salt is used on the roads. So that's when you will see our stacking more used. Otherwise, the process is so quick and the cars are loaded so quickly that there's very rarely any cars in the queue waiting. And that's part of our commitment to our customers, is that if you become a member, this will stay a convenient and quick experience. If it took as long as some of the as a full service wash, then we would really lose our edge, and that's why we try to process cars through as quickly and efficiently as possible. So with that, we would love to help with any other understandings of the business, but we appreciate the time this evening, and thank you for the consideration for our application.
Thank you, War. Very impressive operation. So next, we're going to call Alex Holloman, the project engineer from Bowler Engineering. Alex?
Yes. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alex Holloman, civil engineer, here to speak on behalf of the applicant, Spark Car Wash.
Could you spell your last name, Mr. Holloman?
Yes, Holleman. With a summary of our application presented, I'd like to discuss the major points of the project from a site engineering's perspective. The subject parcel lies along Middle Country Road, approximately 700 feet east of the intersection of Middle Country Road and Wisconsin Highway. In existing conditions, the subject principal parcel is wooded and undeveloped. A geotechnical investigation has been performed at the site, which has concluded suitable conditions for development. This application proposes a new single-story express car wash building fed by 3 queue lanes. The lanes are split between 2 member lanes and 1 non-member lane. Combined, the stacking lanes can provide for cars up to 24 cars in the queue downstream, with a total overall 26 car allowance before impacting on-site circulation. Once through the pay station gate, an emergency bailout lane is provided for customers who, in the event that a customer's vehicle breaks down or cannot pass through the tunnel for whatever reason, they can utilize the bypass lane. However, this is seldom used. All customers exiting the building are given the right to turn right afterwards to enter into the vacuum and internal car wash mat washing area. These are self-serve systems that come equipped with tools to allow the customers to clean the interior of their vehicles. 28 parking spaces are provided, including 2 accessible spaces on site. An on-site, fully enclosed, town-compliant trash enclosure is also provided that is adequate for the size of the site and the use of the site. Adequate on-site lighting is proposed that will provide light at low light times, but also meeting all town regulations, including dark sky compliance and adherence to adjacent properties' light spill. The site is intended to have new proposed domestic water, electric, telecom, and on-site septic system. Additionally, an on-site reclaim system is proposed, which will capture car wash process water for the on-site reuse within the car wash building tunnel. This state-of-the-art system is designed to further reinforce Spark's commitment to environmentally friendly operation, utilizing the latest in water filtration and recirculation equipment and technology. This system utilizes a series of subgrade tanks that are outside the building, in addition to and partnered with apparatus inside the building that collect the water from the central trench, which runs the entire length of the building, entire length of the tunnel, and processes the water. Once collected within the central trench, the used car wash water will flow to the sediment tanks outside the building. Additional filtration steps and treatment membranes are also utilized to ultimately reach a water quality and water condition suitable for reuse within the car wash building and meeting the high water quality and conditioning standards of Spark Car Wash. A robust landscape plan is proposed with our application, including a variety of shade trees, shrubs, and ground plantings. Specifically, Spark intends to plant 12 types of hardy grasses of 2 types, 88 perennial grasses, or 88 perennial plants of 3 types, 52 shrubs of 5 types, 9 trees of 2 types, and 16 ground covering plantings of 2 types. These plantings are town compliant, and they're spread and distributed throughout the site to either screen or enhance the built infrastructure as appropriate throughout the site. Associated with this landscape design, our application is seeking relief from typical parking landscape island town standards, which are design regulations intended more for large shopping centers, which have numerous rows of grid parking. Our application proposes parking landscape islands at the end, but configured more for the car wash style layout that we provide. Additionally, our application seeks relief from variances associated with the queue lanes and proposed pay kiosks located outside the queue lanes and their adjacency to the eastern parcel, which is zoned residential. The kiosk location generates a request for variances including minimum side yard and side yard buffer. This kiosk location generates a request for variances including minimum side yard and side yard buffer to residential. However, their location as shown is critical for the safe and effective operation of the car wash. Between the pay kiosk and queue lanes and the eastern property line, robust plantings are proposed along this area along with a 6-foot-high screening fence. Lastly, the adjacent parcel's use is commercial in nature, an existing New York State DOT storage and equipment yard, not a residential use. In regards to signage, our application is requesting relief from proposed on-site signs as detailed within the filed documents. More specifically, signage is proposed including ground and building signs along with on-site directional signs. From a site engineering's perspective, of the 19 ground signs proposed, 17 are proposed to ensure the safe and effective operation of the car wash. At this time, I would like to generally walk the board through the general customer flow from the Middle Country Road entrance to illustrate the effectiveness and the need for these 17 proposed signs, which again are really intended for the safe and effective operation of the car wash. As a customer enters the car wash site from Middle Country Road, there are 2 ground signs directly at the entrance, an entrance and an exit sign. As you proceed up the main drive aisle and move towards the rear of the site, as it interfaces with the proposed cross-access to page left, there are additional entrance and exit signs intended to direct the customer to the right, which would take them into the queue lanes as opposed to continuing on and going out towards Nesconset Highway. Once near the queue lanes, ground signs are also found that are intended to direct, again, the customers effectively into the queue lanes, directing them to members lanes, which are the 2 inside lanes, and then a non-members lane, which is the outside lane. Continuing in within the queue, the customer then interacts with several signs listed amongst the 17 ground signs for safe and effective operation of the car wash, which are for the pay kiosk. They will be the digital order menu board, the clearance bars, in addition to the XPT pay kiosk systems themselves. Once through this pay kiosk area, the customers are then directed closer to the, as they move plan south towards the building entrance, where an additional digital menu board is presented. Once the customer goes through the tunnel, a stop and go sign is on the exit to allow them to know when to stop and go as they leave the tunnel, again, for the safe and effective operation of the car wash. Moving along through the tunnel and out, the customer then is given that option like I spoke about before. They can turn right into the site to enter into the self-serve car wash mat and vacuum area, or exit the site. Those ground signs are needed in order to direct the client or the customer right or straight. Finally, our application proposes modifying an existing cross-access on the adjacent lot, to which Spark proposes Our application proposes modifying an existing cross-access located on the adjacent lot, to which Spark proposes several directional signs and an additional sign along Nesconset Highway to illustrate proper vehicle circulation through the modified cross-access infrastructure. The proposed building architecture has been coordinated with the proposed site design while meeting the programming needs of Spark Car Wash. I would now like to welcome Oliver Young from GKA to further discuss the architecture program.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you very much for your time tonight. My name is Oliver Young, last name spelled Y-O-U-N-G. I am employed at GK&A Architects, and we are the project architect for this Spark Car Wash. I'm going to discuss very briefly the floor plan for... Thank you. I saw that coming. The floor plan itself, as mentioned by previous testimony, the floor area is 5,362 square feet, with an overall footprint of 35 foot 4 by 153 foot 4 inches. However, it's not one large rectangle, it's two shifted rectangles, one of them being 21 by 150 feet, the other one being 15 by 150 foot, with an approximate 3.5 foot offset between the two rectangles. The tunnel, which sits on the east side of the building, facing the DPW yard, is the 21-foot width, and that takes up the entire length of that side of the building. The west side of the building is the smaller width, 15 foot, and that's all the support for the building. Running from north to south, meaning the rear of the site to the front of the site, we have an office, an employee bathroom, a break room, storage area, equipment room, and an electrical room. And for reference purposes, the tunnel exit faces south, Middle Country Road, and the building sits pretty much perpendicular to the road. In regards to the massing of this building and the elevation design, the east side of the building parapet tops off at 18 feet above grade, while the west side tops off at 18 foot 8 inches above grade, with one section bumping up to 22 feet 2 inches. The north and south sides of the building, the short sides, which are the tunnel entrance and tunnel exit, are where the parapet steps up and down that 8-inch differential. Additionally, we have a blade element on this building. It's meant as a beacon, an eye-catching element, and it was purposely designed to present the opportunity for signage. And this is on the south side of the building, facing the street directly adjacent to the tunnel exit. For dimensional reference, this blade element is 3 foot wide by 12 foot 6 long, and it tops off at a maximum height of 30 feet above grade. Moving on to the colors and materials here for the building. Our design for Spark is sleek and modern, with significant attention to detail on the building, including a tasteful yet catchy use of color. There's two prevalent materials on this building, the first being an EIFS system in a blue color, a white color, and then a gray corrugated metal color. The second material is an exterior grade porcelain tile in both white and gray finishes. We also have an orange accent band prevalent on all 4 sides of the building to varying degrees. This accent band morphs into a sunshade canopy at both the tunnel entrance, the tunnel exit, as well as over at the office. In other areas, it's relatively flush with the adjacent EIFS finish. In regards to glazing, Mr. Reitzies mentioned the amount of natural light coming into the tunnel. The most significant amount of glazing is at the tunnel. You'll see that on the color rendered elevations there, the topmost one being the tunnel elevation. We have a significant amount of glazing. Other areas include the office, plus one small glazing element at the west elevation on the break room. Now, I'm going to summarize the signage for the building as we had originally proposed, which was 7 total wall signs. I'm going to start with the south elevation, which is the tunnel exit facing Middle Country Road. We have one Spark logo centered over the tunnel exit. That's approximately 15.8 square feet. Moving along to the west elevation, which faces the vacuum park area and also contains one side of that blade element, we have 3 signs on that elevation. The first one being a combined Spark logo and Spark Car Wash sign towards the rear of the site facing the vacuums at 44.3 square feet. The next sign is a very small sign. It's there to capture what we call the Spark Park. That's the area where you can do the mat washing for both the rubber and carpet mats, and that's meant to draw the customer attention to that area. That's 7.75 square feet. The last sign on that elevation, it sits on the blade element. It's a larger version of the combined Spark logo and Spark Car Wash, totaling 73.5 square feet. And I do want to focus upon that sign briefly because that's one of the recommendations in the planning report, is to reduce the square footage of that sign as well as limit the height of that sign. We have agreed to remove the logo sitting above the verbiage, so we would only have the verbiage of Spark Car Wash. That would fit within the 36 square feet recommended. However, the recommendation also called for a maximum height of 20 feet. We are going to ask for a maximum height of 24 feet, simply for the reason that the parapet right there of the building is at 18 foot 8 inches. If we go with 20 feet, that only gives us 1 foot 2 to work with. If we're allowed a maximum height of 24 feet, that will allow us to comfortably place the sign relative to that blade element. And with the reduction in sign square footage, we will reduce the height of that blade element as well. Continuing the signage around the building on the north elevation, which is the rear of the building, at the tunnel entrance, we have the same Spark logo that we have at the tunnel exit, 15.8 square feet. On the east elevation, the last elevation facing the DPW yard, we had our final 2 signs proposed. One is towards the rear of the building. It's an additional Spark logo, and we have agreed to remove that per the recommendation from the report. And the last sign is on the on the other side of the blade element here. It's the same exact sign. It was the Spark logo with the car wash verbiage below it at 73.5 square feet. We will comply with the reduction to 36 square feet by removing the Spark logo. We do ask for a maximum height of 24 feet as opposed to the 20 feet recommended. Keith, that covers everything in my direct. If there's anything else you wanted me to touch upon, I can.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. And next, we're going to call our traffic engineer, Mr. Nicholas Tortorella. Nick?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Nicholas Tortorella, spelled Tortorella, licensed professional engineer in New York State, and traffic engineering project manager with Stonefield Engineering and Design, 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York, serving as the professional consultant on behalf of Spark for this application. So just quickly, as we've discussed, our project will construct an approximately 5,300 square foot subscription-based express Spark car wash with 1 wash tunnel on a currently undeveloped and wooded site on the north side of Middle Country Road, designated as New York State Route 25, located to the east of Wisconsin Highway, New York State Route 347, and just to the west of a New York State DOT service yard. So the aerial exhibit on the screen now shows the site's location at the northeast quadrant of the intersection between Middle Country Road and Route 347, between the existing AutoZone and Pep Boys development to the west and that same DOT service yard to the east. Just for quick context, moving east from the site, you'll see Alexander Avenue and the Smith Haven Mall. To the west, you'll see the recently reconstructed intersection between Route 347 and Middle Country Road, leading to the stretch of auto dealerships, the building we're standing in right now, and eventually into the Main Street core and the LIRR station. So if we could bring up the rendering quickly, please. So our team has dedicated a significant amount of time negotiating and designing this well thought out and optimized access plan for Spark that we're presenting to you this evening. Our project will construct a new unsignalized right-in, right-out access only to Middle Country Road at the south end of the site, where the building and its blade element signage will provide ideal visibility to westbound drivers as they travel toward Route 347 and approach the site. We are also providing cross-access with the adjacent western parcels to an existing unsignalized right-in, right-out driveway along Route 347 that's located to the north of Middle Country Road, where a monument sign will be located to provide enhanced site visibility to drivers traveling northbound on 347. If you can bring up the traffic flow diagram you had up. Yeah, right there. Thank you. No left turns of any kind into or out of the site will be permitted at either site driveway. The proposed right turn only access plan, as shown on the screen, will with the driveways at both the north and south ends of the site, will efficiently distribute our traffic throughout the area so that it's not concentrated on a single roadway segment or intersection approach. My office prepared the traffic and parking assessment report that was submitted to the board, town staff, and the public record before this evening's hearing. And we did that to assess our project's potential impacts on the surrounding area. We prepared trip generation estimates for the project based on industry standard rates published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, in their recent release of the 12th edition Trip Generation Manual. And those indicate that our express car wash is expected to generate approximately 130 total vehicle trips in the weekday evening peak hour and approximately 170 during the Saturday peak hour. And that is the sum of both entering and exiting trips in those hours. So considering the volume of traffic, or background traffic, I should say, that travels past the site on Middle Country Road and Route 347, combined with our efficient access plan that distributes our project's traffic in all directions at the right-in, right-out driveways, the new vehicle trips generated by Spark are expected to account for no more than approximately 4% of the total background traffic on Middle Country Road and Route 347, and that is the one-way traffic, westbound on Middle Country Road and northbound on 347. IT also establishes that any project that generates fewer than 50 new vehicle trips in any single peak hour on one roadway segment or one intersection approach is unlikely to change or affect the operating conditions on that roadway segment or intersection approach. Again, our proposed car wash is expected to generate a maximum of 170 total vehicle trips in a given peak hour, 85 entering and 85 exiting. And these would be split, again, between the two right-in, right-out driveways at the north and south ends of the site, respectively, meaning that no one roadway segment or intersection approach is expected to experience that 50 vehicle trip increase that I referenced before, published by ITE. So again, just taking into account that nominal percentage increase in background traffic volumes on both roadways fronting the site, in addition to that industry standard ITE published traffic impact threshold, our project is not expected to significantly or adversely impact traffic operations in the area. But to take it one step further, we prepared a traffic capacity model for the intersection between Middle Country Road and Route 347, which indicates, that the intersection will operate consistently in the future with our project as compared to the future without Spark. The model shows a maximum overall delay increase of about 3 seconds, which will likely not be perceptible to drivers driving through the intersection, which provides a technical confirmation that development of our project is not expected to significantly impact operations at that critical intersection in the future. The traffic model also indicates that the projected westbound queue on Middle Country Road leading to the intersection with 347 will not extend back far enough to the east to impede operations of our proposed driveway connection that's approximately 700 feet to the east of Route 347. This means that the model shows, under worst case future conditions, that westbound queuing on Middle Country Road would not block the right turn traffic flow into or out of the Spark site. Even in the off chance that something like temporary construction would result in excessive queuing on Middle Country Road in the future, our site design provides an approximately 375-foot drive aisle between Middle Country Road and the entrance to our pay stations, which could store approximately 18 vehicles temporarily and reduce the potential that that backup would result in a delay to car wash operations or any impact to traffic flow on the adjacent streets. I do want to note here very quickly that we received design approval from the State Department of Transportation on June 13th for development of our Spark Car Wash with these right turn only access driveway connections to both Middle Country Road and Route 347. I just want to close quickly with 2 quick items. The first is the vehicle queuing space upstream of the wash tunnel, and will that be sufficient to accommodate the peak demand without it extending back and impacting on-site circulation? And the second being the proposed supply of vacuum spaces. Will that be sufficient to accommodate the demand? So a significant portion of the Spark customers, ranging from approximately 60 to 70% in the future, are expected to be that membership model. And they would use the 2 designated member lanes with their vehicles automatically processed through the gates using that license plate software that we've testified to earlier, and resulting in transaction times ranging between 10 and 15 seconds. Non-member vehicles, again, would purchase an individual car wash at the pay station with the help of a dedicated employee, and even without that license plate recognition, these transactions take between 35 and 50 seconds. So conservatively, if every transaction at the gate took approximately 1 minute, these 3 pay station gates could process approximately 180 total vehicles in a given hour, which is more than double, again, the projected demand for 85 customers that we expect in the highest single peak hour. Moving through the tunnel, again, we expect that a vehicle would take approximately 2.5 minutes from start to finish, including the drying operation, with the 150-foot wash tunnel accommodating approximately 7 vehicles at one time, meaning that that tunnel can process about 170 total vehicles in a given hour. With that being said, our proposed 3-lane pay station queue, 26 vehicle stacking spaces, and 150-foot long wash tunnel is expected to be more than sufficient to accommodate that peak demand without a queue extending back far enough to impact on-site circulation. And lastly, with respect to parking, the town ordinance does not specify a specific requirement for car wash uses, but we are proposing 28 total vacuum spaces, inclusive of 2 ADA parking spaces and 3, which will be designated for the 3 on-site employees that will be present during all operating hours. And this proposed supply far exceeds the peak projected demand for on-site vacuums that we expect in the future. But having these vacuum spaces available throughout the day is a critical component of the Spark membership model. They want people to see open vacuum spaces that encourage them to, use their facility. And so what we've done is maximize the proposed supply in the space we had available, which is what you see on the rendering along the western building facade. With that, I'll take any questions, or I'll turn it back over to Keith.
Nick, just one thing, as far as the vacuums are concerned, it's unlimited use, correct?
That is correct for members only.
Okay.
Lane, how are you going to ensure that people are not going to try to make a left into that? Keep on talking right-hand turns, right-hand entrance. What's going to prevent somebody from trying to make a left? I don't see nothing, no signage, anything that says that,
So the highway work permit plans that my office prepared and submitted to DOT, which were eventually approved, they do include substantial no left turn signage, both along our site frontage and on the opposite side of Middle Country Road. The DOT did not want any sort of channelizing island within the driveway itself. I think from their perspective, because it is a 6-lane highway that's highly traveled adjacent to the intersection of 347, and the fact that we have a second driveway connection to 347, they don't feel that that would be needed to dissuade left turn movements, because there's an additional option for vehicles to travel north and east after circulating out of our site. And the one correction I want to make about the vacuum spaces, it's unlimited use for members at any time, but if someone purchases a standalone car wash at the gate, they are also entitled to use the vacuums at that time.
Good?
Any other questions for the board for Mr. Tortorella?
I don't think so.
So
Thank you.
We have 2 other experts with us tonight. As I indicated, Mr. Paul Dykes, our real estate appraiser, and then we also have Deirdre Ryan from PW Grosser, our environmental planning expert. Unless the board has any questions, we're not going to present them for testimony tonight. So that completes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have of any of the experts or that members of the public may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The only question I had, John had already asked regarding the channelized entrances, and I completely understand that, so thank you for that answer. Does anyone else have any questions? Any real estate expert questions? Planning.
The only comments.
Matt, wake up.
I was awake. So yeah, we provided the board with a PAR with our, recommended approvals with conditions. It's definitely a plus that the applicant proposes to remove the logos off of the directional signs, the enter-exit signs. It's up to you guys if you feel like that's adequate enough. Do they need the enter and exit signs, especially on 2-way lanes? What else do we have? The reducing the logo to 36 square feet. That was my question. Is that removing the logo and keeping the wording? Does that meet the 36 square foot, which it was indicated it does?
Correct.
Reducing the height from 28 to 24, as you indicated, that's the only way you could get the signage on the blade element. If we go down to 20, then now you're talking redesigning the architecture. So if the board feels they want to stick with the 20, you're considering a different type of facade and blade.
If If I may, on that point, I also heard Mr. Young say that then the blade element could also be reduced in height,
Right.
too.
And we would, if you were to eliminate the logo, we would obviously want to see the tower lowered.
We're okay with that.
And, yeah, painting gray is a neutral coloring. Again, it would be up to the Board of Site Plan Review. They would have final say over the coloring. And it seems like all the other conditions were agreed upon.
DEW.
No comments.
Okay. Would anyone in the audience like to be heard on this application? Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you. We're going to call you back when they're done, though.
Yes.
Can I just add one thing? For the record, we did receive an email from Lit Law Group. It was a written speech prepared by Robert Lit. It was forwarded to you guys. So just acknowledging that it is part of the record, I can provide to the court reporter as well. So we do have it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can approach the board and hand out copies of Mr. Litt's minutes that he'd like me to speak on, as well as some multiple copies of exhibits.
Just try to use the microphone because you're not being recorded.
Speaking in opposition, very quickly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just make sure you use the mic because they don't hear you on the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Stenographer, if I go too fast, please yell out the name Mark to slow me down. Sometimes I do get carried away, so my apologies in advance. In the absence of Mr. Litt, who's on a medical emergency tonight, I'm going to read verbatim his notes into the record so that they are read in, as long as nobody has an objection. Thank you. The client is Adam Asher for the town of Smithtown, BZA, Smithtown Senior Citizen, 420 Middle Country Road, Smithtown, Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Robert Litt, and I've been retained by Adam Asher of Ultimate Express Centereach, LLC, to oppose the application submitted by Spark Car Wash. My client is a fellow car wash owner in the neighborhood who is extremely concerned that if this application is approved, it will have a disastrous impact on the community and on the car wash business in the neighborhood. As will be further explained by our real estate expert, Mark Davella, this application seeks substantial variances, which, if approved, will have a negative effect on the neighborhood. As required by the applicable zoning code, you are tasked with balancing the application's benefit to the applicant with any negative impact it would have on the surrounding community. Pace, so be it. Employing this balancing test undoubtedly demonstrates that the negative impact to the community far outweighs any self-serving interest in this application offers the applicant. Turning to the 5 factors the board is tasked with considering in balancing this test. Whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of an area variance. As our expert, Mr. DeVella, will explain, the applicants plan to split Lot 4.2 in the middle for bidirectional ingress and egress to the subject on Lot 5.1 is a gross misuse of the property and will negatively impact the neighborhood. Item 2, whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than area variances. As Mr. DeVella will explain, that the applicant has 4.2 acres with 180,000 square feet to work with. Surely he can obtain a financially viable solution without the need for variances. 3, whether the requested area variances are substantial. As our expert will explain, all requested variances are indeed substantial. There are 12 variance requests, all of which are substantial. B, a setback reduction of 40% of the side yard setback is requested. The variance is substantial and should be denied.
C, a setback reduction of 94% of the side yard buffer to a residential property is requested. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. D, it is requested that 100% of the planting buffer between a commercial and residential property be eliminated. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. E, it was requested that the parking setback next to a residential lot be reduced by 60%. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. F, it is requested that the landscaped islands in the parking rows be 100% eliminated. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. G, it is requested that the number of ground signs as allowed by the town be increased from 1 to 19. This is an 1,800% increase in the allowable signage. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. H, it is requested that the gross area of a ground sign be increased from a maximum of 40 square feet to 110 square feet. This is a 280% increase from the maximum 40 square feet. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. I, it is requested that the number of wall signs be increased from 1 to 7. This is a 600% increase from the maximum. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. It is requested that the maximum area of the signs 1A and 1B be increased to 74 square feet when the maximum is 24 square feet. This is almost a 300% increase from the maximum allowable. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. K, it is requested that the maximum height of a sign 1A, 1B, 2A, and 2B be increased to an elevation maximum from 15 to 28 feet. This is a 94% increase from the maximum allowable height. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. L, it is requested that the 6 wall signs be placed facing public streets when none are allowed. This is a 600% increase from what is allowable. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. M, it is requested that a ground sign be placed in an area that is not the principal lot where none is allowed. The variance is substantial. The application should be denied. Item 4, in considerations. Whether the proposed variances will have an adverse effect or an impact on the physical or environmental condition in the neighborhood or district, and as Mr. DeVello will explain, the requested 12 variances along the conversion from neighborhood business to WSI will have a negative effect on the neighborhood. Item B, moreover, allowing this undesirable exception will open the door to such other dangerous applications. The board should not open up such a Pandora's box. Once the board allows these egregiously substantial variances and deviations from the code, the board must approve others, lest the board render an arbitrary and capricious decision treating similar facts and cases differently. C, additionally, as Mr. DeVello will explain, this application request, if granted, will result in sign pollution, which will ruin the visual harmony of the neighborhood. Item 5, whether the alleged difficulty was self-created. A, clearly, there is no need for this plethora of substantial variances. If the applicant is claiming a financial hardship, it is completely self-created and should be given no weight. As our expert will further explain, these variances and requests are beyond substantial and seek egregious deviations from the code requirements. Not only are the requests substantial, but if granted, they'll result in a negative impact on the surrounding community. It will also create a dangerous precedent, which will forever taint the viability of commercial businesses in the neighborhood, especially car washes, excuse me. As such, we seek that this application be denied in its entirety and that rather being given special treatment, the applicant be directed to remain in the confines of the code. I will now turn the mic over to our expert, Mark DeVello, who will delve into this further and explain how dangerous of a precedence granting this application truly is. You will then hear from my client, Adam Asher of Ultimate Express Centereach LLC, who's a fellow car wash and owner, and is concerned that granting these variances will have a negative impact on the car wash business as well as other businesses in the area. Thank you for your time, Robert Litt. With that said, I am Mark DeVella. Good evening. I have not testified in front of this board for an extended period of time, which I believe is about 10 years. I'm an expert in real estate. Liam knows me from the planning department. I currently have real estate holdings within the town of Smithtown. I grew up on Given Court. I have relatives that have passed through the town as town employees in the past who are now retired. To have full disclosure, does the board accept me on my past testimony as an expert in real estate? Or would you like me to requalify?
I'm fine with it.
As such, I'll move forward. Regarding case 19311, District 800, Section 114, Block 4, Lots 5.1 and 4.2, proposed car wash. My name is Mark DeVella. I'm a real estate expert witness. I've been retained by various parties in opposition to the multiple variance requests in this application. Specifically, I have been retained to assess whether the approval of multiple variances will result in an undesirable change in the neighborhood and have a negative impact on the surrounding properties. The variance requested by the applicants are 1 through 13, which I've read into the record. I don't want to be as redundant. The first being a special exception to permit a car wash in the WSI zoning. Let's talk about that ad lib for a moment. We currently have 2 other car washes that are already zoned within 1 mile of this particular application. One of them on Middle Country Road, the other one is on Smithtown Bypass. They are within 1 linear mile of this location. If we go further into Center Reach at this point, within a 3-mile linear distance, this would be the 5th application as such of the same type. Down the road further, we have Mr. Asher's Car Wash, which is approximately 1.3 miles from this site, heading towards the east. And then we have a further car wash, which is exhibited in my exhibits at the 1.5 mile radius. So within a 15,000 foot linear stretch of roadway between the car wash on Smithtown Bypass at its starting point and Old Nickel Road in Center Reach, there are, or will be, 5 car washes if this application is approved. This application sits on 180,000 plus square feet of property between the 2 lots in totality. It's only using a 5,000 square footprint. I am sure that there is a better venue that would fit on this property. My background is in real estate valuation. I continually serve as an expert witness in connection with a myriad of Nassau and Suffolk County real estate matters, including to, but not limited to, various boards in Nassau and Suffolk County. I testify every year in more than 1,200 cases in the Supreme Court in Nassau as to real estate value. I'm a licensed appraiser in the state of New York.
Slow down a little bit, Mark.
Thank you. Not a problem. As well as a commercial and residential real estate broker in the state of New York with personal holdings throughout the eastern seaboard. Moreover, I hold a New York State tax grievance license, which allows me to represent petitioners as a non-attorney in real estate legal matters. My credentials are attached, and I've testified as before in front of this board in the past. It is respectfully submitted that the application seeking the multiple variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals be denied, as there are too many and they are substantial. Smithtown law governs that the granting of a variance in Section 32283B, granting the variance, the Board of Zoning Appeals must consider the applicant's benefits, weigh them against the negative effects on health, safety, and welfare of the community. The applicant, Spark Car Wash, has proposed a special exception and multiple variances for the subject property with access to Middle Country Road, known as District 800, Section 114, Block 4, Lot 51, and the secondary access point located on Route 347, known as District 800, Section 114, Block 4, Lot 4.2. One entrance would be located on the north side of Middle Country Road with eastbound traffic approaching. It's a 6-lane bidirectional roadway directly in front of a main proposed entrance. 3 lanes eastbound, 3 lanes westbound. The frontage of the lot is 152 feet wide, and the depth of lot 5.1 is 897 feet deep in totality on the easterly side. It's 2.7 acres or 117,612 square feet of total area. It's classified as 330 vacant commercial land. It's zoned WSI service industry and neighborhood business. It has been rezoned. The other entrance on Route 347, Lot 4.2, is a divided bidirectional 4-lane roadway with 2 lanes to the northeast direction, divided by a planted elevated island, and there are 2 lanes in a southwesterly direction. There is no crossover available to the subject property. The frontage along Route 347 is 236 feet, with a depth of approximately 190 feet. It is a 1.5 acre or 65,340 square foot total area. It's classified as 330 vacant commercial land. It's zoned WSI service industry. It has been rezoned. The rezoning of these parcels is spot zoning for the record. My property exists on Route 111 behind the old McDonald's. It's currently zoned neighborhood business. I've been trying to rezone that to WSI at every chance I get and every customer I get that wants to put in a different venue other than neighborhood business, because technically I'm a flag lot. In doing so, I think that the property is well suited as WSI and should take an application under WSI. I deserve the same in return. Combined, these 2 sites are 182,950 square feet. They lay out on 4.2 acres. From the submitted plan of the site plan of Bowler Engineering, it appears that the main entrance and traffic flow will be from Route 347 on Lot 4.2. Traffic entering from Middle Country Road on 5.1 has access, but it has to drive around the site in order to enter the tunnel of the car wash. The current and proper zoning was confusing. As we called the town of Smithtown, we had a phone interview with Planning and Community Development, and I believe Matt answered that call. And he explained to us that the subject parcels had had numerous changes throughout the years. I remember when the corner parcel, if I'm not mistaken, was the old Shangri-La Diner, way, way back when. Maybe some of you young people up there might know. In any event, as such, zoning application 2024.03 changed the zoning of the lot partially to WSI service industry. With that approved zone change and the special zone hearing, it's possible that this application is approved. However, in approving the application, which is uncharacteristic of the neighborhood, I think it's an undesirable change if it's approved. The zoning board has to consider the following 5 criteria: whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of this area variance. From what is in the site plan and submission Exhibit A within this presentation, Lot 4.2 is being split in the middle for bidirectional ingress and egress to the subject Lot 5.1. This is not a good improvement for the neighborhood. It's actually a gross misuse of the property. Lot 4.2, with only a bidirectional driveway, prohibits the future development of commerce at this location. It also unfairly reduces the developed tax revenue that would be derived from a normal WSI parcel. This is an unfair parcel use to every resident and business use in the town of Smithtown, as the first thing the applicant's going to do once the development is complete is to file a writ of tax certiorari to reduce his new tax assessment. In consideration that the town and the courts are reserved to the income approach to value in the courts, what value does this parcel have with no income on it at all? We can look at it from the standpoint of combining the parcels into a single economic unit of revenue for the town, where there once was 2 units. The assembled site is to be developed with only 5,362 square feet of building under the submitted site plan. There has to be a higher and better use from this site, especially since spot zoning has been approved. The purchase and development of these parcels will exceed $7 million. Based on purchase price building cost, which is conservative, the fair market value for taxation should also be equal to or greater than that figure of $7 million. Let me explain. The Supreme Court has ruled that the income approach to value must use fair market rents in commercial assessed values. Based on the income approach at fair market value, $50 per square foot gross modified rent annually, this property yields a taxable value for assessment at under $2 million annually. See Exhibit I. In the formula of the tax income at the bottom of Exhibit I, it yields a taxable income to the town of only $42,800 or thereabouts. If this was a properly developed prime assembly with a true fair market value at the conservative number of $7 million, the town of Smithtown and all tax-paying residents would realize true recurring tax revenue of approximately $150,000 annually. Combined, this 4.2-acre, 182,000 square foot plus site adjacent to one of the largest and best shopping malls in the USA. Okay. We ran out of tape or I'm too fast? Not a problem. I'm going to get a drink of water. If this was a properly developed prime assembly with true fair market value at the conservative number of $7 million, the town of Smithtown and all tax-paying residents would realize a true recurring tax income of approximately $150,000 annually. Combined, this site is a 4.2-acre, 182,000 plus square foot site adjacent to one of the largest and best shopping malls in the USA. The site has a traffic count in excess of 55,000 vehicles per day, as noted in my exhibits G and H. The stunted development of these combined parcels unnecessarily burdens all residents and businesses in the town of Smithtown. It is a detriment to every taxpayer within the town of Smithtown. Additionally, the approval of this application will result in the third tunnel car wash within 1 mile linear distance of 2 other car washes within the town of Smithtown. It will be the 5th tunnel car wash within a 3-mile linear distance, reaching into nearby Center Reach, exhibits J, K, L, M, and N. This is an undesirable change in the neighborhood. It is a detriment to other tax-paying properties. The application should be denied. Whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other feasible method for the applicant to pursue other than area variances. I personally own a commercial property within the town in a neighborhood business NB zone. I've owned it since 2007. Every application that was WSI that wanted my space was immediately dismissed and denied in the preliminary stages. Smithtown has taken a stance that it does not spot zone any applications. Yet with zoning application 2024.3, the town allowed a zone change on a portion of Lot 5.1. Is this not spot zoning? In Lot 4.2, which was also neighborhood business Exhibit A, and yet the online current zoning states that the zoning has been changed to WSI in Exhibit D. With regards to the setbacks of the building and/or commercial area, we have always been informed in preliminary meetings with the town that unless a proposed venue can position on the property without relief, the application will be denied. This application has 4 proposed area variances, and they are all significant. The applicant has 4.2 acres, 180,000 plus square feet to work with on this assembly. Surely he can lay out without the variances. The variances are unnecessary. The site can work without them. The application, as proposed, should be denied. Number 3, whether the requested area variances are substantial. It goes again through items 2 through 13. I don't have to rehash those. We know what they are. We've been here late. I'm sure the board would like to move on. However, at the end of 13, overall, the relaxation requested by the applicant is beyond substantial. It's egregious. The application should be denied. It appears that this application is requesting more signage than the entire Smith Haven Mall, which consists of 1.2 million square feet. The application should have to remain within the confines and the standards set forth by the town of Smithtown, or deny the application as all the variances are substantial, out of character, and a detriment to the neighborhood. Item 4 that the board has to consider, whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical environment conditions in the neighborhood or district. The 12 variances, along with the conversion from neighborhood to business to WSI, all have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. This assemblage of parcels are not flag lots. They have major exposure to roadways with major traffic counts, again, as exampled in Exhibits G and H. Allowing this venue to have all of these variances in an arbitrary manner opens the door for others to follow, myself included, on my property on Route 111. This application for this many variances ruins the visual harmony of the neighborhood. It creates a visual clutter within the entire town of Smithtown. It is also deemed and defined as sign pollution in Exhibit O. The photos found in Exhibits J, K, L, and M along the linear 3-mile stretch, both in and out of this township, showed a limitation of signage by both municipalities. Pep Boys, Sonic, Regazzi, Firestone, Lifestyle Wellness, Dave's Bridal have all had to adhere to the rules and the regulations of the town. This application as proposed with these variances will have a negative effect and an adverse impact. If approved, the application should be denied. Whether the alleged difficulty or hardship was self-created is the fifth and final point that the board must consider. And as I opined earlier in the presentation, there's no need or necessity for all of these proposed variances. If the applicant is claiming a difficulty or hardship, it is all self-created. The applicant has 180,000 square feet, 4.2 acres to apply this venue with only a 5,550 square foot plus square foot building. The applicant has ingress and egress on 2 separate major roadways with traffic counts in excess of 55,000 cars per day, whereas 836 Middle Country Road, Exhibit J, has only 10,700 cars per day, and 736 Smithtown Bypass, Exhibit K, has 25,000 cars per day. And that might be a little bit less because he's actually set back from the roadway. Lastly, all other venues in the immediate area have had to endure several various layout revisions to conform to the buffers and the setbacks that are the normal practice and procedure of the town of Smithtown. This application should be no different. The application as proposed with the variance requested should be denied. I've got some outstanding FOIL requests that are outstanding at this point that haven't been answered other than 20 days because I only got this assignment a week and a half ago, so I do apologize in not having more material. So I ask that testimony be left open in the event that those FOILs come in and just on a submission basis. I'd like to go through some of the photos that are in here that I took with regards and very clearly clarify the exhibits. In Exhibit A is the zoning map hanging on the Smithtown wall within the town of Smithtown. You can clearly see that at one point these parcels were zoned all neighborhood business, so the zoning in fact has changed. I have no comment on the Bowler site plan. The public record in Exhibit C just outlines and shows that all of Lot 5.1 is still listed on the Smithtown website as fully neighborhood business. The rezoning or the spot zone has not taken effect on that, and just some public tax records with the parcel highlighted. Exhibit D is Lot 4.2 of the same. You can see that this area has been a rezone of district from neighborhood business, or once was neighborhood business, to a WSI district. So that, in fact, has been rezoned at some time as well. We have the photos that are in front of the entrance on Middle Country Road facing east in Exhibit E. And as you can clearly see, it is a bidirectional 6-lane roadway with people that can turn in and out of the site and cross over those lanes and get into and out of. Whether a sign exists or not, there is nothing to deter that from happening. Exhibit F is nothing more than an aerial of the treed site. Exhibit G is the daily traffic counts from the New York State DOT, showing that on the 347 side, there is 31,051 cars on a car count daily, and on Middle Country Road, there are 27,315 cars that are counted. And Exhibit I is my proposed tax cert workup sheet, how I get to a tax evaluation using a square foot allowance on that tunnel of $50 a square foot with some minimal expenses and a 13% return to value to be used in the courts as what is deemed fair market value that will keep you in line with a rate of taxation versus what the applicant wants to pay in taxes so that it somehow balances out. Exhibit J is the car wash at 836 Middle Country Road. Notice the setbacks, the signage, the plantings, the buffers. He is the exact same venue of what's being asked here, but yet he's had to conform and adhere to the rules of Smithtown. The Exhibit K is 762 Smithtown Bypass, which is the other car wash, which is set back. Again, I think he's grandfathered in. I think he's older, but to the north side of his property in the rear, he does in fact have a planted buffer that's between him and the adjoining property. I tried to get that in there as well. His signage on the Smithtown Bypass is nothing more than a small yellow sign that says car wash. That's what it says. And it's in conjunction with the BP marquee of what the gas prices are for the day. Exhibit L goes into Center Reach to show that neighboring signage in other municipalities is really no different than what Smithtown requires, and they adhere to their rules and regulations as well. Does the board have any questions with regards to the presentation that they'd like to ask?
I'll ask. Anyone have any questions?
No, thank you.
I don't think so.
A quick few other points that I picked up during the presentation that I'd just like to touch on. I think that the area is, if this application is approved for its special exception, I think it makes the area oversaturated in general. I think that there is a much more profitable way for these two parcels that are 4.2 acres to operate and give more than a fair market return to the property owner with regards to what his financial return can be now that they've been rezoned from neighborhood business to WSI. I'm not saying that.
I would stick to the variances. We don't weigh in on taxes or return on investment. We're looking at the variances that they're asking for. I don't think it's appropriate to.
Well, in commercial real estate, you have to go for and utilize what is the highest and best use on a property. And in a
Correct, but we can't use that information for determining the outcome of these variances, so you're kind of just clouding the record.
Then I will digress from that. With regards to that, I also have issue with regards to the number of vehicles that are going to be entering that site as per the traffic and expert. He claimed that he can have as many as 80 cars per hour. So it's of concern to me with regards to specifically Lot 4.2, which enters and exits right in, right only, out onto the Smithtown Bypass on the northern side of the property. Even though the development on that parcel is stunted, without having that as the exclusive feature for that parcel, should there be some other venues that are somehow situated on there with setbacks, those 80 vehicles rushing in and out of there to that car wash may create a hazard of some type for those other venues that are located on the property. And that threw up a signal to me of concern I felt I had to voice as well. Other than that, my presentation's concluded. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience that would like to be heard on this application? Come on up.
Adam Asher, last name is spelled A-S-C-H-E-R. I'm the aforementioned applicant.
Address, please.
2495 Middle Country Road, Center Reach, New York. Okay. I'm not as polished as these gentlemen are, so bear with me a little bit. I wanted to touch upon a couple things. As he told you, own a car wash down the street. My car wash site is about less than half an acre. My tunnel is about 80 feet long. On peak hours, we hit close to 140 cars per hour during busy season, and we washed about 175,000 cars last year. A site like this is not designed to wash 80 cars an hour, as their traffic expert would lead you to believe. It's designed to wash 150 to 180 cars per hour. So if the town is to approve it, obviously I can't stop that. But I feel that I see a lot of these applications, and they give what seem to be favorable numbers that will not impact traffic, when in fact, those are not the real numbers that these sites will be producing. Mic turn off. To this gentleman's point, we had an issue where we were trying to direct everyone to leave right from our site. No matter how many signs I put up, they don't read them. If they want to go left, they're going left. Doesn't matter if I put up no left turn, prohibited, I put, real looking traffic signs. If a customer is determined to make that turn, they will make it. The landlord for my site, back in the 90s, because it was an issue, and they didn't wash anywhere near the volume we did, they started applying for a traffic light on the corner of Middle Country Road and Hammond Lane. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that area. It was denied by the town of Brookhaven over and over. Every wash owner, several of them have tried to get it applied for it. It was denied every time. About 4 months ago, I showed up to my wash, and there was a traffic light at the light, out of nowhere. I never asked for it. The town of Brookhaven recognized that this model of what we're doing now is not like anything else that's ever been seen before. The volume is so, dramatic that they felt for safety reasons, it was time to put the traffic light there. There had been several accidents. There had been almost one near fatality over there because, I hate to say it, but when people want to get home, they want to make the left, they're going to do it. Someone's going to try to shoot across that street, and there's no stopping them. It doesn't matter how many signs you put there. So that in itself, I think, is something that needs to be, considered as well. The last thing is kind of more of a personal note. I know it probably doesn't hold much weight, but the aforementioned car washes that he mentioned, these are family-owned businesses. I own this with my brother. The other car washes are fathers and sons, some of which live and reside in the town of Smithtown. This is a big company coming in. We look at like what Home Depot did to the mom and pop hardware stores, and it's going to impact families' lives. And again, I realize that that is not something that is necessarily the criteria of what you guys are looking for, but I felt it was important to mention it. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
Anyone have any questions?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to be heard on this application? You guys want to come back up and Mr. Brown maybe address their concerns?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to start out by objecting to Mr. DeVella's entire testimony. I looked at his resume, and I noticed that there's no indication that he's actually a licensed real estate appraiser. And just by comparison, if you want to look at Mr. Dyke's report on page 4, he puts right on it, Paul Dykes, Certified General Real Estate Appraiser, New York Certificate, number 46/000391107. So I think his testimony was anecdotal at best. He is not an expert real estate appraiser. I guarantee if we were allowed to voir dire, but this is not a trial, this is a public hearing in front of an agency, that you would find out that his testimony that he's provided in Supreme Court is most likely testimony as a certified tax advisor and expert in tax certiorari.
We do have, just so you know for the record, we do have his New York State Certified Appraiser certification.
Is that as an appraiser or as a tax certiorari expert?
Says New York State Certified Appraiser certification.
Okay. I would question that. Secondly, when it comes to the idea of using economic competition to determine the basis of an application, I'm sure in your expertise and in the amount of applications that have come before you, you know that economic competition is not a valid basis to determine an application. The case is Sunbright Car Wash, ironically enough, versus the BZA of the town of Hempstead. The citation is 6 NY2D 406, 1987. Or you could look at the case of Tappan Cleaners versus ZBA of the Village of Irvington. The citation is 57 AD 3D 683. It's a second department case from 2008. Most of the arguments that Mr. DeVella raised related to, I would submit, the residentially zoned property to the east, but is used for commercial purposes. And I just want to point out to the board that it's actually a split zone parcel. The top half of the parcel is zoned residential, but the bottom half is zoned WSI. That's the bottom half that's along where Middle Country Road is, and it actually, the split zone is about where the pay person is. He mentions the dangerousness if granted, but actually the plan is that the upper portion of the property would actually at some point be redeveloped by the property owner. We're not the property owner, we are going to be a tenant of the southern half of the building, right? We're not purchasing it, correct? Right. I just want to talk about the change of zone application to WSI. My office actually handled the former change of zone. It was originally WSI. It was then changed to the NB zoning district for a shopping center that was never constructed. And so in February, we came back to the zoning board and we asked for it to be returned to WSI. So I think it's a silly argument that his property should be rezoned as a result of this when a change of zone is a legislative act and one change of zone has nothing to do with the other. It's actually an amendment of the town zoning map, as your assistant town attorney knows very well, since she was also the former town attorney of North Hempstead. With regard to the uncharacteristic of the neighborhood, I find that kind of ironic because he mentions the 2 car washes, but also, as the testimony indicates, there's an Advanced Car Wash and a Pep Boys directly next door, as well as this is probably the largest concentration of car dealerships. I don't have to tell you, we're sitting right in the middle of it, probably in all of Long Island, if not Suffolk County. And point out also that David Barnes did indicate in his memorandum after doing a deep review of the application that he said that the application would not have any significant environmental impact. As the chair pointed out, you are exactly correct. When he mentioned, Mr. DeVella mentioned much more profitable use. That is not the standard for the special use permit or the variance application. At one point, he mentioned a higher and better use. Same notion that it has no application here. I listened to his testimony very carefully, and what I believe he was trying to do was weave his tax certiorari expertise that he has into the application, which is really an absurd argument, and I asked the board to disregard that portion of his testimony. It sounds as though he was unhappy with the fact that the town board will not grant his change of zone application. And as far as the spot zoning, that argument is trumped by the fact that it was already rezoned back to the WSI, as I indicated. The vast majority of the variances, as I mentioned, and just a little context by way of the history of this entire right section of the intersection of Middle Country Road and 347. Most of you know, and if you don't, just to edify you, this was, at one point in time, the DOT was planning on doing a jug handle that you see in New Jersey a lot thank God they did not do a jug handle here. I think we could all agree that, you know, jug handles are fine for New Jersey, but not necessarily for New York or Long Island. With respect to the reason given of how the signage will have a negative impact, I think we explained in great detail that all the sign variances are needed. So in conclusion, I respectfully request that the record be closed, but it can be left open for written submission. That, I just also would like to bring up Deirdre Ryan, who would just also like to address some of the arguments that he made, followed by Mr. Dykes, and then Mr. Raitsis wants to talk about what the last witness talked about in terms of impact on other car washes in the area. So if you could just bear with us, we're almost there. So with that, I would like to call Ms. Deirdre Ryan to come up. Deirdre?
Hi, good evening. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Deirdre Ryan with PW Grosser, 630 Johnson Avenue, Bohemia. I did the consistency review with the special exception through the Board of Zoning Appeals. Mostly I focused on, I don't want to repeat what the rest of my team did. I don't want to get into a lot of the traffic. They covered that excellently. But I do want to cover a lot of the comprehensive plan because I believe that that is where a lot of maybe the confusion is. A lot of the comprehensive plan looking into the hamlet of St. James and focusing on the Middle Country Road especially, focused a lot on the strategies and the development of this area in particular. A lot of it proved that this area, it's called Car Row. It focuses on a lot of the dealerships, a lot of the commercial in the area. It did bring in a lot of the residences to the north. There's a gated community to the south specifically for this zone. But it did also push the narrative that they wanted to keep that there was auto-related businesses within the area. That was a reoccurring theme right now. And that going forward, because the comprehensive plan, I believe, was from 2024. So it was a recent development. It was recently adopted. So that was a recent idea that they wanted to kind of keep moving forward and keep the current development within the community. So just kind of quickly going down the special exception standards. I don't want to kind of push the night on any more than it has to. As I said, it was expanding into auto-related uses. It's already specifically for this site. It's an existing area. This isn't like a huge undeveloped, this site specifically is undeveloped right now, but it's not within a huge undeveloped area. There's a developed site to the east, developed site to the west. Even where we're proposing the developed cross-access, that was a developed, I believe it was a Checkers possibly. Even right now, that access is being used by Pep Boys. Pep Boys is using cross-access itself from 347 to Middle Country Road. They have their own cross-access. So we just kind of wanted to extend the cross-access ourselves to also allow that, which would also give access to any of the patrons coming to our site, allow for fire access, emergency access, anything like that as well. So moving on with that, because that overall just follows, the proposed action would be consistent with that standard of the town. We do believe that the plot area would be sufficient and appropriate for the use and reasonably anticipated for the operation and expansion thereof. Again, it follows the bulk requirements for this area. It has the appropriate frontage. There are obviously what we discussed, there's some variances for the area, but otherwise it does have well over the landscaping. I believe the proposed required landscaping is 8%. Right now we're proposing 60%, so we're going well above and beyond, which also kind of ties into, I don't want to go back and forth, but it ties into the elimination of the parking islands, although we're not proposing parking islands and kind of those reasons why we would have, you know, little areas of greenery in between huge parking lots. This is not a huge parking lot, but we are proposing as much greenery as possible on the plot, on the proposed development. So overall, the proposed action would be an appropriate and adequate operation, and we are meeting the minimum and not exceeding the maximum floor areas, building coverages, and other bulk requirements within Chapter 322 of the Town Code. With regards to the use, not preventing orderly or reasonable use of adjacent properties and adjacent use districts, as everyone stated, to the west is a Pep Boys, so again, it's going into the auto-related zones, going into the comprehensive plan and kind of running consistent with the community, at least along Middle Country Road. Even going up 347, it's just commercial uses, it's big parking lots, big shopping centers, and just kind of going along with that theme. Even to the north where there are starts going into residences across from 347, that's where we're remaining the wooded area. So it's kind of giving that barrier. The residences across 347 wouldn't even see the site, so it is kind of creating that visual barrier for them. The proposed development, as noted, with the traffic and parking assessment, as stated, will have no significant impacts either. The site will be suitably suited for the location with regard to fire protection. As I stated, with cross access, that will also help. With the water supply, it will have that hookup. The sewage disposal, access, the topography of the site right now, obviously it's not graded. It will be graded in continuity with both sites on the east and the west. Right now, both of those sites are graded, so this will kind of form consistency with those, as well as being a self-contained site and using its own drainage for that. Going along with just the standards, the use is not anywhere near that it would affect a church, school, theater, or recreation area, so that's just not applicable for this. As defined for a car wash pursuant to Chapter 32, 3B, we believe that the proposed action would be consistent with the definition as defined. Access facilities, again, as my team mentioned, there's going to be sidewalks, adequate signage, again, directing patrons, members on the site, just to keep them safe, just to make sure that there's no fast driving, that there's no one racing through the site, that no one's going the wrong way. That's really what all the signage is for. We just want a safe site, just people driving through the site and making sure they're going the right way and trying to make sure that no one's going the wrong way on Middle Country Road, the wrong way on 347, and making sure that people are adequately going through the circulation. With regard to the parking and the truck loading, the parking, again, it's just for, this is not going to be a parking lot where people are hanging around. It's just for the quick access of the site to use the amenities on the site to try and make it a happy experience for everyone that's using it. And again, just keeping circulation moving through the site. For the buffers and screening, with anything that would be outside that would kind of create any noise, if anything, the issue would be the buffer with the residence area. The residence district is the New York State DOT site. Technically, it's the residence district, but it's not, as you know, being used as a residence use. Right now, it seems like it's more so a storage yard. So with the intent of that buffer, it's not really in line with that intent of what the buffer should be. So if anything, the noise that would be out in the open for the vacuums, for those materials that people would be using in the parking lot, would be as far as we can make it with the current setup on the site. On the other side of the tunnel, if anything, the tunnel might create a barrier from anyone that would be on the New York State DOT site. But again, it's a storage yard. I don't believe that there would be any adverse impacts to those there. One of the other points is the local waterfront area. This is not on the waterfront, so again, that's not applicable for this. And the last 2 points is any significant adverse effects on the environment. There was the town's recommendation dated February 14th, 2025. The development would not, that by the town. The development would not have any significant adverse impacts on the environment. We agree. We don't think that this would have anything. Everything's kind of site contained. Everything we looked into, we added to the site, was thoroughly reviewed by all of our experts, our whole entire team. We do not think that there would be any site adverse impacts. And again, this would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, the master plan from 2024, the projected strategies with the hamlet of St. James, specifically for Middle Country Road, the state corridor's mix of auto-related, commercial, and light industrial uses with intent to encourage vehicle-related businesses. The proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan in that it's not adverse impact against the zoning within the community of the Middle Country Road area.
Thank you so much, Deirdre.
Mr. Brown, I know you have a couple more people who want to
Yes, sir.
speak. Could you
Briefly.
limit it to responding
Yes.
to what was stated from the audience, or new information? Because we've got information 3, 4, 5 times. They're repeating the same things that we've heard. And I know you want to build a record, but it really is getting tough to kind of weave through what we're supposed to be looking at with everyone repeating the same exact things.
Understood, and I think the last two will be very brief. So,
Okay.
Mr. Dykes?
Good evening, Paul Dykes, D-Y-C-K-E-S, Dykes Realty Advisors, 223 Wall Street, Huntington, New York. So I was just handed Mr. DeVella's report. I looked at it quickly. I didn't see anything in here mentioning any negative impact on value. So that, I'll be brief. You have my report, so not to go through the whole thing, but there are 2 properties, I think, that identify the common use and which go to speaking about the proposed use is harmonious with the 2 properties that were granted variances indicated in the report as this Concert gas station and all hands on deck. So based on the comparable uses situated in the WSI zone, the proposed use as a car wash is harmonious with the established pattern in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And our last witness for the night is going to be Mr. Orr Reitzes again, just to respond to some of the testimony that was given. Orr?
Good evening, thank you, and I'll make this very brief. Just wanted to touch on the last statement made by the objector, who is the principal of the car wash down in Center Reach. He did mention some other car washes that are located within this jurisdiction, within the town of Smithtown. The closest one would be Touch of Class. If you have been a user of that, you'll know that that is a full-service car wash, as I described earlier. It is one that tends to be more expensive. The cheapest wash there is a full-service wash at $31 before tax. And so many of the reviews for that site, and I've been there myself, they talk about how the car was returned to an almost like new condition. That is not the service that is provided by the Express Wash. As I mentioned, the Express Wash is a way to get the car clean in a very quick and affordable manner. Just last thing here is that there are reports, and this is through industry sources, that talk about the 2 models being the full service and express, and that they service very different customers. So the subject property that's closest here, again, Touch of Class, not focusing on the express wash that is located in Center Reach in the town of Brookhaven, which does have a similar model. It's widely recognized within the car wash industry, and according to Car Wash Magazine, that it's a totally different customer base. The customer base that is going to express washes is not the same customer that's going to full service. If anything, what this does have is it has the effect of pulling people away from doing washing in their driveways, which we can all agree is bad for the environment, and it does bring them into the realm of automated car washing. Now, whether they decide to then stay with the express wash or move to the full service model, that's their decision to make, but ultimately this has a net positive effect on increasing the customer base for automated car washes, and that is everything for us. Thank you.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
It's okay, I was just going to
That's what he
say,
said,
we
that was
respectfully
your
request the
thing.
board grant the special exception to all variances in this regard. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your indulgence.
Now we will entertain a motion to close hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, case is closed. And I believe that is it for our cases for this evening. Thank you. Case number 19380, Robert Vergara.
On case 19380, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented. Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Case 19382, Paul and Brooke Harris.
On case 19382, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Case 19385, we have no action.
Right.
Case 19386, Paul Papiccioli.
On case 19386, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
I'll second.
I don't know, who, you got one of them?
Yeah,
We have a motion and a second.
yeah.
Oh.
All in favor?
You, Bill seconds.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay, Gay.
Yeah, she'll,
Just, you can alternate, just let us know.
yeah.
Motion carries 5-0. Case 19384, Douglas Pinelli.
On case 19384, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented. Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Case 19387, Matthew and Melissa Batista.
On case 19387, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
I'll second. Oh, sorry, Bill.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Whatever you guys want to do. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah.
Somebody just do it and be loud about it so nobody knows who it
Bill, go ahead. You're the,
is. Case 19388, John and Christina O'Boyle.
On case 19388, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
Go ahead.
Second. Oh, please, yeah.
Sorry,
I can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, usually.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0. All right, who's going to do it this?
Oh, please. This usually, oh, my God.
I'll do the second.
All right, good, we got that settled?
Oh,
You're going to be quiet.
oh, she wants, oh, my goodness.
Case 19389, Brian Iea.
On case 19389, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
I will second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, 5-0.
Okay.
All right. Case 19390, we left open, so no action.
Right.
Case 19393, Sharon and Christopher Bradshaw. We had comments on your LWRP we wanted to,
I think it was, we have to adopt the
Just the same comments
same
on the
comments. That's
LWRP.
The
will be used.
LWRP. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we recommended the same conditions for the LWRP be applied to the BZA approval.
okay?
So I'll just make,
If you want to add that they do a site, we said it on the record, she knows they have to do site plan. I mean,
Okay.
do you,
just to make a motion, on case 19383, case 19393, I'll make a motion to approve with the understanding that all the recommendations from the environmental department
the
LWRP,
LWRP be
yeah.
applied.
be included.
All right, now we need a second.
I'll second.
All right,
What are we gonna do here?
you got that one, Bill. That was seconded by Bill Valentine.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Bill, you're going to do this one too, okay?
Whatever you say.
Case 19394.
On case 19394, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, go ahead.
Case 19381,
Yep.
Flexible Business Systems.
On case 19381, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented with the condition that the ground sign be moved back.
Relocated out of the Suffolk County Water Authority easement.
Okay.
Okay, we need a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right. Case 19392, 960 MCR LLC. Did you guys want to discuss the
Yeah.
height at all?
It's 35 feet. We usually have not approved any of the signs to go as high as 35.
The few instances that we have,
Yeah.
I think most of them were at the mall at that height, but that's because the mall is set almost 300 or 400 feet back from the roadway. I don't think this building is set back significantly from Middle Country Road to warrant.
It's also a corner lot, so it has a little bit more visibility as opposed to, only having frontage on one road.
I do agree that it becomes difficult to locate the sign on the glass facade, but as you pointed out, Matt, I mean, the building was designed with these uses in mind.
Right. We were discussing, I mean, there is that, might be hard to see on the picture. I mean, they have that like center band. I don't know the exact height.
Do you have any recollection of other
Yeah.
buildings in that corridor that we've given height relief to?
Yeah, I pulled together a couple past variance cases with the different car dealerships, with the heights, and some of them have more than one, but you can kind of get an idea of what they were.
So basically, the highest one that we've approved is 29 feet, and the.
Is that
ac-
Lexus?
No, that's Subaru.
Okay.
And it looks like the average somewhere around 24, 23?
Right.
That sound about right? I think 35 is substantial. I don't know about how the rest of you guys feel.
Can they bring that down on the glass? That's my only question. How is that going to be?
That red square, right?
The one to the right side of the facade, the red
That one.
Nissan, it looks like it's half on, half off. So I guess her reasoning was that they would secure it in the parapet, and then it would just hang over the glass.
Right.
Well, they can lower it, no? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I see the need for some relief because the building's set back, but, to give them 35 feet just because they designed the building that way makes it somewhat, kind of
Yeah, you have that area, the
Yeah.
shaded black area. I mean, there's no window there. That would be the front of the building facing north.
yeah.
And it's got the same shape, they could scale it down a little bit in size.
Yeah.
It's also the Smithtown, correct? It's the
One, the Smithtown, well, they
Smithtown
both
and the
go,
Nissan.
sorry,
Sorry, yeah, so it's the two signs, right?
yeah.
And on the other side, it's inverted.
The other side facing the other street.
Yeah.
Looks like there's an area on the left page to put it.
Well, personally, I'm of the mindset to grant the relief that we've granted in the past, and not go above that, and obviously, how they figure it out would be on them.
Right.
I don't know how the rest of you guys feel.
I agree. I think 35 is, if we do that, then I think the other people will want it.
So, make a motion.
What do you think?
Well,
29?
I think so. I don't know. The rest of the signs, did anyone have any concerns with the other signs? You prepared a PAR?
Not for this
No.
one.
Not for this one?
No, not for this one. Okay, on case 19392, Variance to increase the maximum height of a wall sign from 15 feet to 35 feet be denied for signs B, C, G, and H.
Denied in its entirety?
Or you're going to approve it to the
With a-
minimum variance necessary, which would be 30 feet instead of 35 feet, or 29 feet, whatever the number was you wanted to go with. Because you'd be right? You're
Yeah, that's what
granting
that's
it-
what I had
you're
thought.
granting it
All right, to
minimum you
increase the
think
height of the
necessary.
wall sign from 15 to 29 feet? Is that,
If that's the height you want.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know,
Okay.
whatever you guys think.
is everything that
So
okay
then
with
you'd be
everybody?
granting the minimum variance necessary
Mhm.
at 29 feet as opposed to the 35 that's requested.
And that's going to be for signs B, G, C, G, and H?
Correct, B, C,
Okay.
G, and H.
And to increase the
Approved,
number,
29 only.
29. And to increase the number of ground signs from a maximum of 1 per parcel to 2 per parcel, sign E. Be approved, and to increase the number of wall signs from a maximum of 1 sign to 6 signs, signs B, C, F, G, H, be approved.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Do we need a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries with conditions, 5-0. Case 19383, Vincent DeMarzo, no action, we need a secra.
Right.
Case 19391, Boulder Smithtown Properties.
Okay, don't have any problem with this one, right?
No.
Okay. On case 19391, I'll make a motion to approve this application as presented.
With the, I'm sorry, I believe there was a condition about the removal of outdoor storage.
I don't have that condition.
Yeah, I made the comment, there is outdoor storage that's not permitted there, so, I guess you could say something.
So, we could put a condition on it that prior to the issuance of a building permit, the outdoor storage is removed.
Building permit or CO?
I think building permit, because then it happens
Just check,
immediately.
just
Yeah.
check.
Okay, with the condition that the outdoor storage shall be removed
Prior to the issuance of a building permit.
prior to the issuing of a building permit.
Got a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries with conditions, 5-0. Case 19311, Spark Car Wash. That was a lot of information to digest. I think there was some compromises made with the signage. I think it might be best that maybe if planning could boil that down for the next meeting so that we could see what the changes would be. And maybe if everyone has an opportunity, maybe just drive by the site between now and then. And just take a look, because there was a lot of testimony. Maybe you agree with some of it, maybe you don't. But I think it warrants a look at anyway.
Okay.
So we'll
Deal.
decide that one next meeting. And I think that's it, right? Oh, we had
Oh,
a couple that we can deal with on the back.
This one you adjourned to, this case, 19288, you adjourned
That's
it
already done, yeah.
to October 21st, right?
Yep. Case 19338, Stephanie and Brittany LaRosa, I believe that was a request to withdraw.
Yeah.
Just acknowledging.
So we're going to acknowledge that that case has been withdrawn. Case 18961, Lisa Richter has also, there's a request for withdrawal, so we're going to acknowledge that that's withdrawn. Case 19210, we wanted to discuss that one.
Yeah, so you have the type 2 was provided. That was the one, it was, I believe, a side entry garage that was 14 feet. Was it 17 feet, front yard setback. I wasn't at that meeting, I looked at the minutes. I know they provided the variance case to the west, it was 14258, that they had a 14-foot setback, but it was a single point at the corner of the, single point over the corner. And then the FAR, I think there was comments about how most of the houses met the front yard setback and the FAR for R21.
I'm just gonna pull it up.
I don't know if we have, I think the file should be in there. I think I told Katie to put that one in there.
Do you know, oh, here we go, I got it. There was a previous precedent next door, correct?
Yes. Yeah, they submitted that into the record, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem, I just had that we were waiting on a secret.
Okay.
And it's type 2, so
I didn't have a problem with it either.
anyone else? Actually, who was here?
This
That
is-
was
this is
back,
what
This
I don't
was
know.
10, 22, 24,
Yeah,
so
so,
only the three of you,
not,
if
the
you were
not,
here.
yeah, just, sorry, Tony, Adrian, and Bill were the only ones on the board,
Okay.
October 22nd, 2024, so.
all right, so.
Okay.
it would
I'll
just
make
be
the
the three of
motion.
us.
On case 19210, I'll make a motion to approve the application as presented.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Next one is, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Aw, I'm sorry.
Okay, case 19250, that was 655 Middle Country Road LLC. I believe we have to make a motion and adopt the findings, but only
Decision and findings.
Yeah. Yeah.
myself, Adrian, and Bill were
Right.
present. I think you were only here for one of the two, is that? No.
This is 2/25, 2025. Were you here yet, John?
January is when I started.
Okay.
So you heard that one?
I don't know if you were,
January 20-something, I believe, yes, when I started.
Okay.
Okay, because when we looked, the three were definite. Because there were two,
Can you
Did
there
you-
were multiple hearings.
Can I,
Yeah.
Yeah, you want, yeah, let us know.
February
2/25.
25th.
Yeah, there were two hearings. Were you here for both hearings?
That's why I was like, the three of you, we definitely know you were, so.
Can I
When
look
was the
up
first one?
this streamed video?
Darlene's gonna get it.
Oh.
That's what she's
Oh,
doing.
okay.
John Savaredi was
Both?
present.
There's two, there were two hearings.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head. We had checked it in our office afterward, and the three were safe.
All right, so I won't do it if the three were safe, then I'll just.
No, they weren't after that. It was, they were on later, again. They came back.
But John
It
was
a draft.
definitely here, John was here for that, the most recent one John was here for. Because I believe you actually voted. This was the barber shop?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The same
Yeah,
one,
Barb.
that's right, you know, 'cause you remember it.
Mhm.
We had to get a letter from witnesses and sign testimony.
Yeah.
Correct. All right, so
Mhm.
hang on, because we're not on the record.
We ready?
Not yet.
Okay.
Darlene's just looking for something.
Okay.
She's looking for a way out. This is a barber shop,
Yeah.
here you were.
Bill was here.
Sometimes I don't know where. What the hell, he might as well wear.
Mr. Valentine was present, Mr. Savaredi was present.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So you were present for both of them? Okay, then you can vote.
So we need, on case number 19250, 655 Middle Country Road LLC, we need a motion to adopt the findings, to
Decision and
to-
findings and facts.
approve the certificate of existing use and the findings of fact.
Okay. On case 19250, I'll make a motion. We have all read the findings of fact and we are to adopt them. And on the merits, to approve the certificate of existing use for an existing 863 square foot barber shop be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 4-0. And then case 19257, Coram Deo Church, we received a request to withdraw, so we are acknowledging that that case is now withdrawn. And then, Matt, you want to fill us in on case 19283, Barbara Tuami?
Yes.
Sorry, 19283, Barbara Tuhami.
Yes, so we reviewed, they submitted an updated survey, which shows the existing end of Acacia Road does not go all the way to their property. So, we would recommend that they submit a 280A application to the planning board, and is undertaken to the satisfaction of the planning board all required improvements to Acacia Road, to provide access to their lot. The town board did approve the LWRP, so we'd recommend those conditions also be added to any approval granted here. And then there's a couple of changes. So they were going for a rear yard setback from 35 to 31, but the proposal we have says 35.
And the LWRP that was adopted had a condition that the building be shifted closer to the front property line at a maximum of 25 feet setback. It shows a 25-foot dimension, but that's to the edge of the portico. The portico is excluded from the front yard setback because it's under the 6-foot projection. So the front of the house should be shifted up to the 25-foot setback line. That's to provide a larger setback to the rear to prevent any disturbance of that existing slope in the back.
So what would the rear yard setback be?
It would be greater than 35 that's listed. It would be approximately, it might be closer to like 38, 40, once shifted, so that there shouldn't be an action on that.
Okay.
the variance request.
You could deny the rear yard setback and also permit ESL to be altered for slopes greater than 15 because they're shifted. Sorry, you could deny the rear yard setback variance, also, yeah. And also deny the permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered for slopes greater than 15% because they're shifting away from the slopes. Therefore, and I believe that the LWRP may have had a.
Correct, there were additional, with the conditions of the LWRP, there was language that said there shall be no clearing within 10 feet of the escarpment, and there. The escarpment.
So I guess my question would be, is it, and maybe this is for Simone, are we able to make a decision with the 280A application pending or not even applied for?
I mean, honestly, my recommendation would probably be to wait for them, if they do have to do all these revisions, the plan's gonna change, right? Location, everything's gonna change, they might throw something else off, there might be another variance, a variance might be gone. I mean, I would request that they revise their plans and submit the revised plans in conformance with all those things, so at least you can see them and then make a decision off that.
So the difficulty with that is the case is closed, so we couldn't accept it. We can take
We would have to
recommendations from.
reopen it.
We can take.
Based on, yeah, you'd have to just reopen it based on new.
But I think that that's not, I don't think anybody here wants to do that. To rehear a case that the only thing changing is a recommendation made on the LWRP. My only question was procedural in that is planning board able to accept a 280A application post us making a decision?
So procedurally, you don't have to have another hearing when you reopen. You can reopen and rehear, or just reopen because new information's been provided, like this, for example. So you could do it, that would be the, best way to do it, because it's clean and you're not granting variances or not granting variances based on what, you know what I mean, what it is or it might be, because it could change, and then,
Well, at least the way I understood it is the LWRP is recommending that they move the building for the 25-foot setback. But because there's a portico, the 25-foot setback allows the building to actually move further than it was forward, thus increasing the rear yard, which kicks out two variances. One, the ESL is no longer impacted, and the rear yard setback goes away. So that's nothing different than us just saying, no, we're gonna deny it, because the application can move forward the way they presented it, just with the building in a different spot.
Right. The same square footage and all that.
So I'm trying to ask the question because I'd rather we made the decision and get it off the back if we're not screwing up the process with
Right.
planning board.
Can I add one comment about, so the 280A and the variances, you kind of need both, right, to move forward? I think they want to know if the lot can be buildable before they invest money in hiring an engineer to kind of design, they want to do that and then find out, oh, it's not buildable, so. And I read I wasn't at the meeting, but I read the record, and Tremarco, I think he acknowledged, like, yeah, I gotta do a 280A, so.
Yeah.
It was talked about on the record.
So first off, this was 4-8, so I believe 4 of us were here. Gay might have even been here.
I was not.
No?
John, the other John.
The other John was here for that?
I
Okay.
think that was his first meeting.
So if you guys are okay with it, why don't we make a decision? Or unless somebody has concerns with something that wasn't brought up.
Okay, let me tell you, we're denying this, and I'm denying all this. from
Just the
10 to-
ESL.
The rear yard setback and the ESL.
Just denying this?
The rear yard setback right
Yeah,
here.
and that,
Every-
yes, that's what I'm doing.
And then the ESL, permit environmentally sensitive lands to be altered. You're gonna deny that.
Okay. Okay, on case 19283, variance to reduce the rear yard setback from 35 feet to 31 feet be denied. Permit environmentally sensitive land to be altered for slopes greater than 15% be denied. Reduce the minimum lot area due to environmentally sensitive land from 10,000 square feet to 7,148 square feet be approved. Increase the gross floor area of a lot in the LWRP from 1,787 square feet to 1,968 square feet for a proposed 1,733 square feet, two-story single-family dwelling with 237 square feet attached garage. And the condition to all the comments from the LWRP be approved?
Yeah, be added to,
Condition.
all the conditions be added to this approval.
Okay, we need a second?
And the 280, subject to getting.
Oh, and, correct.
The 280A.
We need subject to
No
the
building
applicant.
permit, yeah, no building permit shall be issued until the applicant has submitted a 280A application to the planning board and has undertaken to the satisfaction of the planning board all required improvements to Acacia Road.
Did you get that?
No.
Those are my, I wrote it out so it wasn't. Yeah.
So why don't we read it? Adrian, why don't you read that?
that wording?
Yeah, give the wording to Adrian, so we know what the 280A is.
Okay, so,
It's belts and suspenders. Got it.
so it's the, my handwriting is but it's in the box.
Right here.
Okay, and no building permit shall be issued until the applicant has submitted a 280A application to the planning board and has undertaken and taken to the satisfaction of the planning board all required improvements to Arcadia Road. Some conditions adopted by the town board for.
That's it.
That's
Yeah.
it.
We have a motion?
Yeah.
Need a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Gay was not here. Is that everything?